Good evening. Welcome to the February 18th, 2026 Board of Adjustment meeting, which I have just called to order. Before we get to the first order of business, which is the approval of minutes, I would like to consider take 698 Middle Street a postponement out of order. In order to do so, I'll need a motion to suspend the rules.
Madam Chair, motion to suspend the rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so this is a application that is under old business. It has been oft postponed, and they are again requesting to postpone it to the March BOA meeting. So I would like a motion to postpone this application until the March BOA meeting, please.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm abstaining because I'm abstaining from the application. Okay, so if anyone is here for 698 Middle Street, that has been postponed, and it is not going to be heard tonight.
Madam Chair, it's for the record, Middle Road, right?
What did I call it?
Middle Street.
Oh, the perennial problem in Portsmouth.
I know, we are a 911 nightmare.
Yes, 698 Middle Road. Okay. So with that little order of business aside, we'll go on to the approval of minutes. And the first order of business is the approval of the January 21st, 2026 meeting minutes. Do I hear a motion? Don't all go in favor.
Motion to approve the minutes, unless there's any amendments.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Any need for any modifications to the meeting minutes?
Not over there.
I do have one modification, and I'm trying to get to it because I think it's at the very end. On page 12 of the minutes from January 21st, page 15 of our packet, at the very top paragraph, second line from the bottom, it says, follows the contours of the property was exactly what the board did not want. And the board really, it's the zoning ordinance, right? It wasn't the board's choice, it's what the zoning ordinance was calling for. So that was my one change for those minutes.
Okay. Anyone else? No one else? So with that modification to the meeting minutes, are they just a vote to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone against? Okay, none. All right, so they are approved. The second order of business is the approval of the January 27th, 2026 meeting minutes. A motion, please?
So moved.
Mr. Rossi? Any second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Rayum? Okay, on the motion, any additions, not additions, no. Any revisions to the meeting minutes? Okay, seeing none from the board, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of adopting the January 27th, 2026 meeting minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes. All right, so we will get on to Roman numeral 2, old business. Couple of housekeeping matters before we start there. Mr. Lucas is going to be a voting member tonight, except for 2 applications that he is recused for. Applicants will be given 15 minutes to present. If more time is needed, please make a request to the board prior to speaking. And public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. Okay? All right, so with that, the first item of business is Roman numeral 2, old business, A. The request of Colbia Enterprises, LLC owners for property located at 1980 Woodbury Avenue, whereas relief is needed to demolish and redevelop an existing gas station and convenience store, which requires the following. 1, a special exception from section 10.440, use number 8.122, to allow convenience goods to use with 24 hours per day operation. 2, a variance from section 10.5B 33.20 to allow for a front lot line build out of 0% where a minimum of 75% is required for a commercial building. 3, a variance from section 10.5B 34.60 to allow for a front setback from the lot line of 27 feet on Woodbury Avenue and 36.5 feet on Gosling Road, where a maximum of 20 feet is required. 4, a variance from section 10.5B 83.10 to allow for parking spaces to be located between the principal building and the street, and 5, a variance from section 10.843.33 to allow for pump islands to be located within 37 feet of the lot lines where 40 feet is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 239, Lot 11, and lies within the Gateway Corridor, G1 District. And may I ask who is here to speak to this application?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Drescher. I'm counsel for Colbia Enterprises, LLC. We're out of Cronin, Bisson, and Zielinski out of Manchester, New Hampshire, for the record. I'm not sure how, Madam Chair, you'd like to do this. We were already here. As you know, last July, we granted all this relief, and then we realized recently that there were 2 abutters on the Newington side of the site that did not get notification. So we're here to correct that tonight. I'm not sure if you want me to go through all of this again for the sake of the record, I can, but we could also just defer to July minutes and see if there's anybody here that has anything to say. It's, I guess I'll defer to the board.
Let me see what the board thinks. I think there is one change, though. That is the address change, and that means that the lot lines, those front and side lot lines or rear lot lines have changed. So I think perhaps addressing those in your comments, but I just want to see what the other board members think about that. Mr. Ram?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree. I would limit the applicant's presentation to the changes. I think they heard what we had called for in that last meeting, but maybe just a quick summary of the changes that have been made to the presentation since that time.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that.
Everyone else is in agreement? Okay, fine.
So
Go
just,
ahead.
Yeah, so just a fresh recap, I think we were here asking for something like a special exception plus 9 variances last time around. Most of those were relative to a drive-through that I think we can all deem was unpopular. So we heard you, we got rid of the drive-through, and then, of course, we only had the 4-dimensional variances and the special exception left at that. Since then, as you know, we had the snafu here with the abutter notifications, and the 2 changes that have occurred. One is that address, which I'll discuss in a moment, Madam Chair. And the only other thing to mention, which is really more favorable, I would think, for the ZBA, is on the variance that is listed as number 5 on tonight's agenda. Because of some of the shifting around we did with the building, getting rid of that drive-through. Originally, that variance was an ask to go for a setback relief of 34.7 feet. So in other words, we would be 34.7 feet where 40 is required. Because of the changes, we are now 37.1 feet. So that's an improvement of 2.6 feet, but otherwise everything is the same. And what was discovered as we were walking through site plan review, has to do with the address, Madam Chair, is the town staff pointed out that if I try, I'm not even sure if I know how to do this thing. I apologize.
I'm sorry, could you just qualify town staff, city staff, not town of Newington
I
staff?
apologize. I'm so used
Okay.
to being in small towns. Sorry, city staff.
Okay. No, I'm not, it's just that there was notice issues to the town of Newington, so I just want to make sure we're being
Correct.
precise.
Point well taken. I was going to point. I can't make this pointer work. So
Please don't touch the screen.
I won't. I understand.
Very protective of the screen.
Right around there, they realized that with the shifting of the building we did, we had a small, literally a smidge over the setback line, and so they got creative. And they said, you know, we have frontage on both Goslings as well as Woodbury. And if we change the address and go through all the steps we have to do through 911 and all that, and changed it to, I think it's going to be 90 Goslings, is that right, Chris? So 90 Goslings, then that, just like that, corrects that setback issue.
Okay.
And that's it. And unless there's any other questions or any other comments, we're happy to open up to the public and see if any of the Newington abutters have shown up.
Okay. I don't know if I'll make you go through the criteria, but, all right, any questions from the board? Okay. No questions from the board. I think that we will open it up to the public. Is there anyone here? You may sit down, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to this application? And is there anyone here who would like to speak to, for, or against? Okay. And I don't see anyone on Zoom. see if there's,
Nobody raising their hand.
okay. Okay, all right. With that, I'll close the public hearing. And I'll ask for a motion from the board. Mr. Ram?
Just a question, Madam Chair, for staff, and perhaps yourself. I guess, I know it's not really talked about in the staff memo per se, but we really have approved all of the requested relief. Is it possible simply for the board to make a motion of affirmation of our prior decision instead of trying to like recreate all of the arguments that we used to accept this the last time?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not sure our rules specifically allow for it, but I think to go through, and we did not ask the applicant to do the variance criteria, I think a motion of affirmance would work.
Yeah, and maybe just affirm the meeting date, which was July 15th, 2025.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion in that case.
How do you know it's easy?
That's because that's an easy motion. Mr. Rossi, your motion, please.
My motion is to approve the application as presented and advertised, and the rationale for that is that all of these variances were approved in our, what was the date?
July 15th, 2025.
July 15th, 2025. There have been no substantive changes to the project design, simply a change of address, and therefore, all the prior rationale for approval still applies.
Mr. Ram, you look like you may want to do a second there.
I'll second that. Basically, the reaffirmation of the board's approval on the July 20th, 2025 meeting, 21st.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion of affirmation?
Sorry, July 15th.
Blissfully no. With that, I'll call for a vote. Mr. Sullivan?
Aye.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Rayum?
Yes.
Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Mr. Mannel?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mattson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. The application is approved by a vote of 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. The next order of business is Old Business C. The request of Michael R. and Isaac M. Roylos, I hope I have that name right, owners, and Krister Cloutier, again, I hope I have that name right, I apologize, applicant, for property located at 25 Sims Avenue, whereas relief is needed to create a buildable lot which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow a 5,000 square feet of lot area where 15,000 is required. B, 5,000 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit where 15,000 is required. And C, 50 feet of frontage where 100 feet are required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 233, Lot 71, and lies within the Single Residence B District. Who is here to speak to this application?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Tim Phoenix from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts, counsel to the applicant, Chris Cloutier. The owners of the property are Michael and Isaac Roylos. Mr. Cloutier is attempting to have the property conveyed to him for the purpose of building a very small house on the lot, as Jillian has shown here on existing conditions. This matter before the board started in mid-November when we first filed the application. Between then and the original hearing, which I believe was in January, some of the neighbors expressed concerns over water runoff, ponding, and those kinds of things. So we asked to have the matter continue to tonight, and we enlisted the services of Emmanuel Engineering. Bruce Scammon is here from Emmanuel Engineering, and you have his more recently submitted plan set and drainage analysis. Also, Mr. Cloutier is with me. So we're here tonight to go through the whole variance requirements with that information before you. So this lot was originally a 5,000 square foot lot that was created when the subdivision of which it's a part was created in 1918. There were numerous, dozens, I believe, of 5,000 square foot lots done back then, which was before there was ever any zoning or approvals, et cetera. Fast forward to the 80s or the 90s, Many communities, including this one, passed ordinances merging lots that didn't meet if you had two lots or more touching each other that didn't meet the requirements, the dimensional requirements, they would be deemed merged. About a dozen or so years ago, the legislature put a stop to that and said you can't do it, and allowed for any lot that had not been treated as merged to be unmerged. And that's what happened here. The Royalists, I believe they inherited it from family members. It was 3 lots. 2 of them had been built upon, so couldn't be unmerged. This one was vacant forever, so it was unmerged, and it is now, again, a legally existing 5,000 square foot lot on Sims here in Portsmouth. Mr. Cloutier intends to put a modest 946 square footprint home on the lot. And important for your analysis is that we don't need any dimensional relief. The house fits within the building envelope. It meets all of the setbacks. It meets lot coverages, et cetera. The reason we are here is because the Portsmouth zoning ordinance provides specifically, I forget the section, it's in section 3 of the ordinance, that any lot that doesn't meet the minimum requirements for lot size or frontage requires a variance. There are some exceptions to that, but they don't apply here. So here we are. I would also state that while there isn't any law that we found that says that somebody's guaranteed to be permitted a lot that predated zoning, which is, again, while we're here, there is law to the effect that when a board such as yours is looking at this and looking at a lot, it has to consider the area that it's in, that it has existed for decades, almost a century at this point, more than a century at this point, considering that it's been reestablished, and whether or not a denial of the variances would result in a taking because the lot would be essentially unusable. I don't really want to go there, but I lay it out because I think there's a possibility under these circumstances, mainly because we don't need any other relief. The only relief we need is for the lot frontage and the lot size, and therefore the lot area per dwelling unit, which we can't change any of that. So we are stuck with it. I would, Jillian, I don't know if you can go to exhibit, I think it's F. It's the map with all the coloring on it, the tax map. I just want to, that's kind of small, isn't it? I thought we had updated that. Well, that'll do that right there. So one of the points I want to make is that these are the lots, of which ours is one. I thought we turned in something highlighting our lot. I can't see it from here. But you can see that most, if not all of the lots in that vicinity don't meet the 15,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. Many of them are in the vicinity of, I think this is probably one of the smallest at a little over 5,000 square feet, but I found lots there that are 6,000 to 9,000 square feet, all of which where 15,000 square feet is required. So I think under the law, the zoning ordinances have to be consistent with the area in which they're applied. So here, it's a 15,000 square foot requirement, but for this particular area of that zone, many, if not most of the lots are smaller than that requirement. I think that should be considered by the board as well. So again, summarizing, we need lot size relief, we need lot area per dwelling unit relief, and we need frontage relief, all of which are the same today as they were, and the same as they were in 1918 when this lot was created, and the same as they were in 2025 when the lot was unmerged by the city. So turning to the variance requirements, and if I have time, I would like to have Bruce address the drainage issues that may come after the neighbors have spoken, but to go through them quickly. As you know, the first two I always put together. The variances are not contrary to the public interest, and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. And the test is, will it be contrary to the public interest? Will the spirit be observed? And you look at whether it would unduly and to a marked degree conflict with the ordinance such that it violates the ordinance's basic zoning objectives. So here, those objectives are met because the home we want to put on it is going to meet all of the dimensional requirements. Building area, setbacks, height, all of those things. I then turn, as I usually do, to the purposes of the zoning ordinance, which has 7 of them. I'm not going to go through them again here. They're written for you in order to save a little time. Again, we've addressed the main concern that I saw from some of the neighbors of the stormwater issue that, according to the information that we've gotten that Bruce can address, is improved compared to existing conditions once this is done. So the Malachi Glen case that I almost always cite in talking about these first 2 says, will granting the variance alter the essential character of the locality? And given the size of the many of the lots there that are under the 15,000 square foot minimum and ranging, I picked randomly, 6,000 to 9,500 or so are a lot of them. This will meet the character of the locality, and or will it threaten the public health, safety, or welfare? A new home will be code compliant, and we've addressed the stormwater concerns with the report you have. The third is substantial justice. The test is if there's no benefit to the public that would outweigh the hardship to the applicant, this factor is satisfied. Any loss to the applicant not outweighed by a gain to the general public is an injustice to the owner. So, as I mentioned earlier, and I cite the Belanger v. Nashua case, a municipality's ordinance should reflect the current character of the neighborhood, and we think that establishing the reestablishment of this 5,000 square foot lot with a compliant, dimensionally compliant home meets that. The city also needs housing. This would be, a relatively, nothing's inexpensive in Portsmouth anymore, but relatively speaking, small house on a small lot is going to be more affordable, not as defined, but more affordable than other places. So it adds one more piece of needed housing stock to the area. So if it's granted, we find no harm. We believe there's no harm. If it's denied, then the Royalist family and Mr. Cloutier will be lose the opportunity, and we will all be left with a lot that has probably very little value except as an add-on to someone else's lot. So compared to its value as a buildable lot, it is very, very low, we believe. The fourth test is granting the variance will not diminish surrounding property values. We believe the City Council recognized that this lot deserves to exist by unmerging it. As I said, ad nauseum now, it fits in terms of size with the neighborhood. The house will meet all dimensional requirements, so nobody can say really that it's overcrowded or too close to them, or all of the kind of things that abutters often say when you've got small lots and large houses. Those just don't exist. So we feel it's common sense that granting this variance for this lot, as it's existed for over 100 years, is not going to diminish property values. And then finally is the hardship, 3-pronged test. First is the special conditions test. As you know, this was created long before zoning. It's small, it's narrow, it was merged for decades without consent, just restored. There's no way to make the lot comply and therefore otherwise use it for its intended purpose to hold a home. But Mr. Cloutier has taken steps to create a home that is compliant with dimensional requirements. Therefore, we believe those all combine to create special conditions. Second prong, no fair and substantial relationship exists between the public purposes of the ordinance and its application here. Why do we have lot area and density limits? It's to prevent overburdening, to allow for stormwater treatment, to provide adequate light, air, sight lines, and those kind of things. Here, because of the nature of that neighborhood and the way this lot was originally created, merged, and then unmerged, there is no reason, since we don't need any other dimensional relief, to deny the variance due to the conditions of a lot that can't be changed. And then finally, the proposed use is reasonable. Again, if the use is permitted under the Vigent v. Hudson case, it's deemed reasonable. The use is permitted, it's residential use in a residential zone. I'm happy, I don't know how much time I have left.
Check with
Probably 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Do you think you can cover it in 3 minutes?
Well, I do want to see if there's any questions
yeah.
from the board for you,
Does
Attorney
that count
Phoenix.
against my 3 minutes, your questions?
Any questions for Attorney Phoenix? Mr. Rayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, looking at page 60 of our packet, it's your drawing sheet V1. I just want to, for the record, I think I see it. The existing home that's on the remaining 2/3 of the lot that is not proposed for redevelopment, it fully meets, you mentioned that the intent is to build a new home that fully meets setback requirements. But even the existing home fully meets setback requirements, even with the loss of the 1/3 of the lot. Is that correct?
I honestly do not know. Mr. Cloutier might know that. I didn't even think to look at that. But if you think it does, I'll agree with you.
Well, I'm just looking for confirmation from you for the record.
I have not run the numbers on that, so I can't say yes. But I hope your analysis is correct.
All right,
Anything else, Mr. Rio?
that was my question.
Anything else? Mr. Sullivan and then Mr. Rossi.
Attorney Phoenix, I listened carefully, and I think I understood everything you said with one exception. Did I correctly hear you say that you thought that the city granting the unmerger of these lots might somehow constitute a taking?
No. If I said that was not what I intended to say. No, what I was trying to say is the city's unmerging of the lots reflects the rights of the owner, and the city went through the analysis to determine whether this lot was, worthy or entitled to unmerging, so they approved it, restoring it to its original size and frontage. And the reason they did that is because it had never been treated as merged by putting a garage or a swimming pool, et cetera. What I was trying to say about with respect to a taking is that if a variance on this lot, this particular lot, where we are meeting all of the dimensional requirements, is denied, then that could be considered a taking, because now you have a lot that has little or much less value than it does as a buildable lot. The key to this whole thing, in my opinion, are, in addition to the original formation of the lot 100 years ago, is that we are meeting all of the other dimensional requirements. If I was here asking to build from pillar to post and we exceeded the building envelope, needed setback relief, needed coverage relief, and those kind of things, it would be a different analysis by this board. But I think since we meet all those things, it's really entitled to consideration and hopefully approval by you folks.
Well, thank you. That did clear it up.
Thanks.
Mr. Rossi?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is really a fair question for you, but it's really for my own sort of edification in the way our land management bureaucracy works and the various aspects of it interact with each other. And you did include the minutes from the relevant minutes from the planning board, and also the city council when it was voted to unmerge this, it was recommended and then voted to unmerge this lot. Nowhere in those minutes did the purpose of unmerging the lots, if I recall correctly, get mentioned. So I didn't see an explicit, trying to figure out, like, relative to our criteria for granting a variance, one of which being that this doesn't conflict in a marked degree to the intent of the ordinance. Is it your contention that the mere fact that those two activities happened at the planning board and then city council, which controls the zoning ordinance, is that an implicit statement that making this a buildable lot does not conflict with the ordinance, or an explicit statement, or is that not any kind of a statement about that at all?
I wish I could stand here and say to you and the board that those decisions explicitly or implicitly meant that we can build on this lot. But I can't, because in my opinion, I wasn't there when that unmerges, but I've done a lot of them, and the unmerger of lots is not dependent upon what you may or may not be able to do with it in the future. It's dependent on the fact that it pre-existed the zone that now makes it non-conforming, and was merged at a time when many communities passed ordinances doing that, merging, but which the legislature then 12 or 14 years ago said, can't do that anymore, and if you did do it, you can unmerge it as long as it wasn't treated. So it's strictly the fact that this was a lot as of 1918, was involuntarily merged, and at the time of unmerger, it had never been treated as merged by building a pool or a garage or something on it. That's all the analysis was, at least in my experience. I wasn't there on this one, but I didn't see anything that told me anything different.
Okay, well, that makes sense, because then each body maintains its purpose within its own jurisdiction without
Exactly.
blurring the lines. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Attorney Phoenix? Okay, so Attorney Phoenix, I think given that we gobbled up 3 minutes of your presentation, why don't we let your stormwater guy?
Yeah,
or-
he's going to do it an hour later. I'll just have it part of our presentation.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bruce Scammon with James Barron Associates and Emmanuel Engineering. We were asked to review this lot and place a home on it that would meet the criteria. As part of your packet, you'll see our sheets C1. That shows a relatively modest home with its 22 feet wide and meets all the setbacks from the side, front, and rear. We, excuse me, we designed a drainage basin that's along the drip edge around the whole house so that water will be collected there and then infiltrate back into the groundwater. I did drive by the residence today. It appears that, per the contours, there is some natural ponding that happens in the back of our lot, in the back of the lot on Essex. But the overflow goes across lot on 140 Essex, the rear of that, and then across the lot of, I believe it's 152. I'm just going to quickly go to the screen. I will not touch it, and show you what I'm talking about. This area right here is where the some water probably sits. There's a contour, and then you see another contour. So there's probably some overflow that flows here. It flows across the back here. There's an ice rink that is on the back of this lot. And there was a culvert that goes underneath Sims out here. So the water eventually, when it ponds here, will flow down across into the city drainage system. We have a reduction in overall flow and volume after our design, and that will reduce the amount of water that's flowing off our lot and from our lot. With that said, we meet all our setbacks, so this house will be no closer than any other house. Our dimensions on the house to the left, the original house lot, I believe, showed 14.8 feet. The setback is 10 feet, so it does meet the setback. I can't talk to any of the rest of the dimensional requirements of that lot, other than it's a larger lot than what this lot is, but it meets the side setback. So by having this lot here, it did not create it to be non-conforming from taking this section of the lot off for dimensions. With that said, I'll let it just for questions if you have any.
Any questions for Mr. Warner? I do have a question. So the way that you're designing this from a stormwater perspective is that even with a structure on it, the kind of infrastructure that you're putting into it and tying it to the city's wastewater system is, or whatever it's called, will create less water on the property.
Correct.
Is that just as a result of just the kind of infrastructure improvements that will be on the property?
With our stone drip edge, we store the water on the site and it will infiltrate into the ground. So we're putting it back into groundwater. So there is an incremental decrease of water flowing off the site, and volume is reduced as well.
Okay.
That's in your drainage calculations that you have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Rossi?
What's the durability of a system like that? Does it change over time? Does its capacity to handle stormwater change as silt builds up in it and things of that nature?
I would tell you that any drainage structure needs maintenance. You know, there's nothing that's going to not need maintenance. The leaves will have to be blown out of it, would be the biggest thing. There's trees, as you can see on the back of this lot, assuming they're there after construction. that those would have leaves would be my biggest concern. But most people, remove the leaves from their lots, and that would be my biggest concern. Most of the water is just dripping off the roof, so you don't have a lot of sand or other debris that you see off of roads. That's why we did it around the house to store all that water directly at the drip edge.
Is there any kind of guarantee that comes with a system like that,
I'd love to
assures
be
that
able to
it'll
give you a
function?
guarantee, but I mean, as we know, any homeowner, any future person can adjust something, but we design these systems on a regular basis. They're permitted by the state of New Hampshire and most municipalities in the area. I've had them. So all it is instead of having a sunken hole that becomes a wetlands, we're putting it into stone so that it's safer, no one slips or falls in it. We don't have mosquito issues with open water sitting. So by having it in the stone, we feel it's a healthier system than a lot of traditional just open stormwater storage. And that's what we like about it the most.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Matza?
I just thought of a question. I guess it's more for like a reference point, and I'm not sure if you actually looked into it, but if a home was built, if the home within the buildable envelope was built on this property without any stormwater management, would the stormwater runoff increase, or would it be roughly the same?
It would slightly increase because of the size of the home. It's a very small number, but it would definitely increase if you didn't have any type of structure
Right.
storing it.
Because of the impermeability of the building materials and whatnot?
Correct.
Okay.
It's called the CN number, and the CN number is the constant of what runs off. And impervious surface like this has about a 98% runoff rate, where soils, depending on the base of the soils, can be anywhere from 30 to 80% runoff. So that's a big difference.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'll now open the public hearing so that we may hear from members of the public. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone on Zoom? Okay. And is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Please state your name and state your address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Cassie Saltis. My husband Harry Revels and I live and own at 122 Essex Ave. Our property shares the entire 50-foot back lot line with Lot 44. We are the northeast abutters referenced in the stormwater plan. We are downhill from Lot 44. I've enjoyed living in this neighborhood since 1998, over 27 years. Our lot was also originally 3 lots as laid out in the 1918 Daniels Park development. So we have 150 feet of frontage and are 100 feet deep. Our lot is a mirror image of the 3 lots that once constituted 25 Sims before Lot 44 was unmerged recently in April. My favorite thing about our neighborhood, after it being the best location in the city, the neighbors, is the mature trees that line our streets and grow in our yards. I knew the previous owners of 25 Sims, the sisters Sophie and Annette Royals. We shared the tending of the open space between our homes. As they aged, we tamed the jungle. They brought us pizza to say thank you. During COVID, I called regularly to check on them. Sophie went first, then Annette. After Annette passed, I met Michael Royals once. He started updating the house for sale. He was commuting down from his home in Portland, Maine to do so. I got his phone number so we could include him in our neighborhood watch. So I have watched this pattern continue to repeat through the years. A long-term resident passes, the house is sold, the trees are cut down, a new, bigger house is built. Lot 44 is only a slight variation of that theme. So back to Lot 44. Currently 50 feet at the street, 100 feet deep, It is a non-conforming lot. I'm not going to restate the variances. I think those are clear. It's not close to the requirements for a buildable lot. They're asking for half the required frontage and a third of the required lot area. Please refer to my December 15th, 2025 letter with photos that I submitted to the board addressing the topography of the land and the history of the groundwater issues in our backyard behind Lot 44. I apologize that on every single picture I annotated 23 Sims when it should have said 25 Sims as the abutting property, so that was a mistake on my part. Let's start with my Exhibit A, the existing conditions. On the Sims Avenue frontage of Lot 44, you can see that the elevation is 51 to 53 feet. At the back lot line of Lot 44, the elevation is 48 feet, 3 to 5 feet lower. The water only flows downhill. The slope continues downhill more to a low spot on our lot that we've labeled ponding. The series of photographs that follow show the slope of the land up to Sims Avenue and ponding location on our land from several directions. The whiteout conditions of the snow make it a little difficult to visualize. So, my backyard has become a local low spot for water. We currently collect water runoff from the neighboring properties, which increases each time a new home is constructed. When we bought the property in 1998, there were 4 raised garden beds in that low spot that's now labeled ponding. They have been abandoned as the spring water level has risen. For several years, we stacked our wood down there, 3 quart of wood. That has also become impossible. So, over the years, we have had to abandon the use of that corner of our property due to the increases and longer periods of spring ponding. Only the compost remains down there. The Portsmouth Zoning Ordinance, Section 10.230, defines the rules for Zoning Board of Adjustment. Section 10.232.20 states that special exceptions, which this would be, shall meet all of the following standards. One of those items, 10.232.26, requires no significant increase of stormwater runoff onto adjacent properties or streets. The area in question, Lot 44, is currently covered by woodlands, which mitigates some stormwater runoff. Currently, we experience ponding on our property at 122 Essex around the low-lying area, labeled wood pile storage. Having a structure or impermeable surface that covers approximately 26% of this wooded lot would require extensive removal of woodlands from Lot 44. This, in turn, would allow even more stormwater to pond into our backyard. The requested variances do not meet the definition of the hardship criteria. I urge you to deny the requested variances to permit construction on this non-conforming, recently unmerged Lot 44. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here? I can see there's many people here to speak in opposition. Could you please state your name and your address for the record?
For the record, Corey Clark, 152 Essex Avenue. And can I approach the board with a letter?
Yes, you can. If you could give it to Mr. Lucas there, and he'll pass it down.
Mr. Lucas?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Once again, for the record, Corey Clark, 152 Essex Avenue. So I just want to point out a couple of things that were just brought up. Obviously, we've heard a lot about stormwater. And one thing I just wanted to point out is it's my understanding that there was no on-site testing that was done. It was through normal procedures, through NRCS mapping, that the soils were identified. However, at this location, there's likely bedrock that's fairly shallow, and I'll get into the reasoning why in a second. So some of the infiltration data that was used may not be actually indicative of what is actually at the site. So as you've heard, obviously, the lot at 25 Sims Ave is very, very small. On the Daniels Park 1918 map, yes, there were a lot of lots that size. Currently, as we previously heard, a lot of those lots that are in existence today on the tax map are not what you see in the 1918 map. A lot of those lots have been merged into either 3 or 2, and I don't believe on that side of Sims Road there are any lots that are currently as shown in the 1918 map. So the other thing I wanted to bring up tonight is that the lot is not currently served by municipal sewer. No sewer is located in Sims Avenue at that location as shown on the existing conditions plan. So in your packet, if you look at the existing conditions plan, there is no sewer shown within Sims Avenue at that location. I believe part of that is because bedrock is relatively shallow. Given recent construction of a home nearby, there was a lot of bedrock removal that had to take place as part of that. And it's likely when they laid out the utilities in the street, the reason that sewer was not connected through here was because of shallow bedrock. The applicant states, however, in the application that the sewer tie-in is at the end of the street, not indicative of which end of the street. The north end, south end. In the 2020 Sewer System Evaluation Survey infiltration that was done by the city of Portsmouth, the study identifies defects in the sewer main and manholes in both Sims Ave. So Sims Ave does have a sewer on the north end, outside of what's shown on the existing conditions plan, and also Benson Street, which is south of the lot, also shown outside of the plan. However, the study identified defects in the sewer main and manholes within those lines on both Sims Ave and Benson Street. These problems are not minor according to the study, and the lines need to be rehabilitated to reduce stormwater infiltration and inflow. Any connection to these sewer lines with known deficiencies will further burden an aging system. Connecting to a municipal sewer would also require major utility work given the distances that they're going to have to run in order to do this. And digging up a dead-end street, which also connects Benson Street, which is also a dead-end street, would possibly sever the access to 9 residential structures in that neighborhood. Additionally, as I previously mentioned, bedrock is common in the area and below ground surface, and likely any utility connection would also require bedrock removal, further impacting neighboring properties and vehicle access. If sewer was not used at this lot, the lot is also too small for a conventional septic system under New Hampshire regulations. Under Article 2 of the zoning ordinance, the Board of Adjustment has no authority to approve a variance that enables a use that violates health, safety, or infrastructure requirements. Allowing a residential structure at this location without an understanding of how wastewater and roadway utility construction will be managed violates these requirements. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the Board of Adjustment to deny the requested variances for the lot at 25 Sims Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will the next speaker please approach, and please state your name and please state your name and your address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Whitney Dooley. I am an owner at 140 Essex Avenue and an abutter to Lot 45 at 25 Sims. I respectfully but strongly oppose the requested variances, and I'm glad to share with you why this proposal should be denied. First, the requested variances are major departures from zoning requirements. The zoning standards exist to protect neighbors from overcrowding, stormwater issues, and lack of buffer space. This lot cannot meet those protections. The applicant seeks to build a home on a 5,000 square foot lot, even though the district requires 15,000 square feet. The lot only has 50 foot of frontage when 100 feet is required. These are not minor deviations. They are 1/3 and 1/2 of what zoning requires. Second, the hardship claimed is self-created. The owners chose to unmerge this lot knowing it would become non-conforming. They now claim hardship because it cannot meet zoning, but that situation was voluntarily created. Unmerging a lot doesn't guarantee that it's suitable for development. Desire to sell or profit from an unbuildable lot is not a legitimate hardship. Third, our neighborhood already has drainage and groundwater problems. The drainage problems in the area affect multiple homes, not just one lot. At my house, we run a sump pump because of high groundwater and stormwater runoff 12 months out of the year. We also experience ponding at the low point between our lots. This isn't theoretical, it's our lived experience. Adding a new house, driveway, and roof area on a tiny substandard lot will increase the volume of water directed toward our home, even if the model provided by the applicant suggests otherwise. Fourth, the applicant's pre-construction stormwater model assumes ideal conditions, which include well-drained soil, no seasonal saturation, and no high groundwater. This doesn't match reality. We constantly pump water from our basement. If the starting assumption is wrong, then the results that follow are not reliable. Fifth, the post-development plan depends entirely on one infiltration trench working perfectly forever. The roof and driveway runoff is routed into a 3-foot wide, 4-foot deep stone trench. The model assumes the trench will always absorb 1 inch of water per hour, no matter the season or strength of the storm. If the trench slows down or clogs, which infiltration systems commonly do, especially over time, the overflow comes directly toward my home increasing mold risk, structural damage, and electrical hazards. There's no maintenance plan, no inspection requirement, and no enforcement mechanism. No amount of engineering can compensate for the lack of land area needed to absorb runoff. Sixth, the model ignores winter conditions and high groundwater. There was no analysis of frozen ground, rain on snowstorms, or saturated spring soils, which are the exact conditions when our neighborhood already struggles. A system that only works in ideal conditions does not protect neighbors. Lastly, granting this variance undermines the purpose of the zoning ordinance. The requirements exist to protect neighbors from the previously mentioned problems, including stormwater flooding, poor drainage, high groundwater, and insufficient space between homes. Approving a house on a substandard lot contradicts the purpose and spirit of the ordinance and contradicts the goals of the zoning district. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to deny the requested variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the next speaker please approach the podium and state your name and your address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Bill Dooley, owner at 140 Essex Avenue and a direct abutter to Lot 44. I'm speaking in opposition to the requested variances. I'd like to address an important requirement for a variance to be granted under the city's zoning ordinance, and that is the question of hardship. The applicants have not demonstrated a case for hardship that meets the criteria of the zoning ordinance. A variance may be granted only if, because of special conditions of the property, it cannot be reasonably used in strict conformance with the zoning ordinance. To do this, the applicant must demonstrate special conditions of the land that distinguish it from other properties in the area. Here, there's been no showing of anything physically unique about Lot 44 that distinguishes it from others in the district. Typically, that would include aspects like unique shape, topography, ledge, steep slopes, or wetlands. The applicants even recently added a detailed engineering report to their application that only proves the point that there are no special conditions of the property itself that would qualify for the hardship. The property's only limitation is that it falls far short of meeting today's minimum lot size and frontage requirements, and size alone is not a special condition under the ordinance. Even if the property was deemed to have special conditions that make it unique in some way, under the provision, quote, an unnecessary hardship shall not be deemed to exist if any reasonable use, including an existing use, is permitted under the ordinance, end quote. This does not guarantee the variances will be granted for the development of a residence. The applicants also present that there are other non-conforming properties in the neighborhood. Most of these other homes were built in the 1940s and 1950s when the neighborhood was developed and long before the current zoning regulations. The ordinance states, quote, the existence in the surrounding area of conditions that are similar to the proposed nonconformity shall not be a basis for the granting of a variance, end quote. The current owners inherited the property at 25 Sims last year, which was a conforming property at the time with 15,000 square feet of land and 150 feet of frontage. They then elected to lawfully unmerge this nonconforming lot before selling the remaining property with the residents. They are now left with an undersized lot and are trying to complete the sale of the land pending approval of variances to build. This context shows that the request is driven by economic factors rather than any physical limitations of the land itself, and that the hardship is self-imposed. They took a conforming lot, divided it into two non-conforming lots just to try to maximize profits. Granting variances that enable development on this undersized lot increases the risk of impacts that the zoning standards are intended to prevent. For these reasons, I do not believe the applicant has met the established standards, and I respectfully ask the board to deny the variances. Thank you.
Would your next speaker please step up and state your name and address for the record?
My name is Brett Whitmarsh. I live at 87 Sims Ave, and I want to echo everything my neighbors have already said. I'm in opposition to this as well. The thing I want to really reiterate, though, is what was said about Benson. I live directly across the street from Benson, and a few years ago on Fletcher, which is the other dead-end street across from within our neighborhood, an oversized house was approved, and this house is ridiculously huge. It towers over all the other houses in our neighborhood. Every morning when I get up, we open our windows and we can see this house towering over all the neighborhoods, watching us as we move through our lives. But the bigger problem with that is that when that house was built, they tore down all these trees, and now, no matter what, Benson floods every single time it rains. And when there's snow and it melts, that street just ices over endlessly. The neighbors on Benson struggle every single time there's a storm of any size, no matter how big or small, for Benson to function in a way that works because of an oversized property that was put there in woodlands that protected that land from damage. And the city has come out multiple times to address this and can't fix this problem. My concern is with a much smaller plot, the trees that are there at that address on Sims protect that part of Sims. It's a very small street. 2 cars cannot pass each other on Sims Ave. And right where this property is, the woods there, the trees and everything, protect that part of our street from flooding every single time there's a storm or icing over when there's other winter storms. It's critically important that we have our poor little street that's a dead-end street that doesn't get plowed very often to be safe for the rest of us. We've got a lot of kids and a lot of animals on that street, so I'm concerned about that, in addition to what my neighbors have said. But also, it's just anyone can logically stand there and look at this plot of land and just see for themselves it's just too small to build on. It's just too small, and it just doesn't fit in our neighborhood. And so that's my concern, is just everything my neighbors said, so I just want to reiterate that in my opposition to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would the next speaker please step forward and state your name and address for the record?
Lucia von Letkeman, 87 Sims Ave. I am also a near abutter of the property being discussed. And again, I would also like to reiterate what all of my neighbors have stated, particularly the bedrock question. Our property is down at the dead end part of Sims, and there is rock jutting up through our property all over. There is a lot of basically solid stone under most of that end of the street. So the description of the work it will take to blast and dig all of that up to put in sewage and all of that stuff feels extremely accurate. And to also echo the ponding, the flooding, it is egregious. It has always been flooding down on Benson and down at the intersection of Sims and Benson, but ever since the house up on the hill went in and clear cut that entire hillside of trees and greenery, it has been significantly worse. It used to flood mainly at the far end of Benson, and now that flood goes halfway up or more depending on the rain, and it doesn't take a lot of rain for that to happen. As soon as all the snow starts to melt, it's going to be a huge mess down there. So on Sims, the portion that we're discussing now, the parcel, does have tall, mature trees that help absorb a lot of the stormwater runoff. They also provide shade in the summer, which is lovely. As summers are getting hotter, it's nice to have greenery to help in the neighborhood. It also, during these big ice storms and snowstorms, the cover of those trees actually protects that hill in Sims, which is a little bit steep, from icing over or getting a lot of snow. The rest of the neighborhood will be covered in ice and snow, and that one patch on Sims will actually be clear because of the trees, which is lovely because, as my partner mentioned, we don't get plowed thoroughly all the way. They tend to skip the far end of the road. So at least being able to make it up and down that hill is very necessary, and those trees on that parcel actually help protect our egress and access to our neighborhood. So as other people have also said, the variances being asked are rather egregious. It's not a tiny adjustment of what is already on the books and what we've already agreed on as a city, and I believe that we should be holding to our policies and procedures as we have them. Thank you very much. I ask you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next speaker please step forward and state your name and address for the record?
Good evening. Stephen Parsons. I live at 160 Essex Avenue, and I received a butter's notice for 25 Sims. I do not agree with granting this variance for this undersized lot. I also do not feel like this application is complete. There are no building plans or elevations of the proposed structures within the application. I feel this process as a whole is being broken down into small parts so that no one sees the scope of the project. To start, the lot was unmerged from a somewhat conforming lot to create 2 very non-conforming lots. Now a developer, not an active member of the neighborhood, wants to build, but doesn't want to show what they are building. That seems like a huge red flag. Another red flag is that the application is ballooned to 116 pages of smoke and mirrors. It looks like the information used to calculate the runoff is generic for the surrounding area and does not reflect this complex lot. Although small, there is a lot going on with this lot. It is on a downslope of a granite hill. The report states that there are more than 80 inches of restrictive features and more than 80 inches to restrictive features in water table. From direct observations over the last 13 years, seeing water levels in neighbors' basements and watching ledge get chipped away for months on projects at the top of the hill, I would estimate that the top of this property has ledge very close to the ground, and that the groundwater can only be at the bottom maybe 48 inches below grade. This would change how the drain wattage affects the neighbors below them. I also feel that whoever buys this house, because it's going to be going up for sale, is going to, all of that stone that's around the house is going to get filled in with landscaping. There's a single car driveway. That's a steep hill. Nobody's going to want to park on the street there. They're going to add a second driveway. They're going to add a deck. They're going to add a patio. And the impervious calculation will go through the roof. The variance request is not in the public interest, as the proposed grading would have a negative effect on all of the properties below them. As to the spirit of the ordinance is observed, I believe that this is a self-imposed hardship. For substantial justice is done by granting the variances, I feel that this is also a self-imposed hardship. If the city would like to create a new downtown-like neighborhood, we should just change the zoning to reflect the 1918 plan, showing all of the small lots and giving everyone the chance to build. But I don't think anyone wants that, and I don't think the city services could handle it. Denial of the variances does not result in an unnecessary hardship, as the hardship was created by the inheritor of the property and does not have any stake in the neighborhood. They don't live there, and they don't plan on staying. The proposed use, and just because the shows as an individual lot on a plan over 100 years ago does not mean it's a buildable lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would the next speaker please come forward and state your name and address for the record?
Harry Revels, 122 Essex Ave, husband of Cassie. I would like to approach and
Please give it to Mr. Lucas.
More pictures.
I'll wait till you tell me to start.
He's waiting for you.
I think he wants to wait till all the pictures are. All right.
All right.
Yes.
Harry Revels, my wife and I, Cassie, we own and live at 122 Essex. Our property shares the entire 50-foot back lot with Lot 44. We're downhill northeast of Butter. We agree with the points that Bill and Whitney Dooley have made. In summary, zoning standards are protect neighbors from harm. Claimed hardship is self-created. Neighbors currently experience excess water runoff and ponding on recurring cycles. Stormwater study assumptions are theoretical, not fact. Specifically, the makeup of the soils and the level of the groundwater. That's in my estimation. Neighbors have no recourse if infiltration trench is not effective or fails. The current owner of the home at 25 Sims, the third immediate butter to Lot 44, purchased the property 6 months ago, August of 2025. And if you look at the previous drawings that were submitted in November and submitted with the stormwater, it lists the Royals as being the owners, not Zach is the owner. Zach J. I can't pronounce his last name. Don't ask me to butcher it, but he is here. He never has received a abutter's notice regarding these requested variances, even though he has 100 feet of abutting property. All the plans and drawings, both the original and revised variance application, cite the Royals family as owners. Small sample area. The revised application includes a stormwater calculations report, which contains a custom soil report. The last sentence, which reads, if intensive use of small areas is planned, however, on-site investigation is needed to define and locate the soils in miscellaneous areas. To my knowledge, looking at the snow out back, since this report was started on January 20th is when it was submitted, I have not seen any on-site investigation being done. Water runoff route. It's hard to see on the original plans and on the pictures, but if you look at the pictures that you have now, you're looking at the property line between 25 Sims, and I'm using that as the two lots with the house, and the high ground that runs across the middle of Lot 44 from Sims Ave all the way to the pond area. This swale, which you can see the line, the red line on there indicates the property line, and you can see that there's a swale to the side of that, which is on Lot 44. It begs the question of two things. Number one, when the house was built in 1962, this is a natural gradient. Was this part of that natural grade when they backfilled and graded the lot? Which, does that mean it's part of Lot 44? Also, because of the way Lot 44 runs, it meets the stake at the base of a slope about 6 inches higher than the lowest point. So any water coming across the back of 25 Sims Ave has to come through Lot 44. Experience? While we respect the engineering study, let's remember it's not based on real-world conditions. On the stormwater management plan, Note 5 states soils were obtained by EEI on 1/26/2026 using the NRCS online database. The calculations are based on many assumptions already discussed. While on the contrary, we have our 27-plus years of personal experience and daily observations derived from living on the site. Personal observations of the impact of the weather cycles, change in seasons, and results of new houses being built. In summary, all of these changes have resulted in the progressive loss of use of the portion of our property along this 50-foot shared line. I urge you to deny the requested variance to permit construction on this non-conforming, recently unmerged Lot 44. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the next speaker please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record?
Thank you. My name is Angela Lambert, and I live at the bottom of the hill on Benson Street. So I came up the rear because my neighbors said all the facts. I'm the one that gets all the water. And the house that was built above the hill that was supposed to have storm runoff, it hasn't gotten better. I have a sump pump going 24/7. I have French drains. I have rock all around the edges of my house. I have the culvert goes in front of my house and is constantly filling up. There is more ice, there's more snow, there's more water. And I don't want it to get worse. So I respectfully request that you deny this request, and remember that we're trying to be a neighborhood that's trying to keep our homes safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay. So the last set of speakers are those who would like to speak to, for, or against. Who would like to speak to, for, or against? Attorney Phoenix?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Bruce address the drainage issues. A lot of speakers, try to take a lot of notes. I don't know if I'll cover everything, but I do understand the point of view of the neighbors and where they live and the effect of stormwater on their homes. However, there is law, I didn't cite it because I'm just hearing this, that says if you've got an expert opinion, that unless someone has expert opinion to counter that, then it pretty much has to be followed. And while I appreciate the empirical comments of the neighbors, we do have an expert who is a very, very long experienced and well-respected engineer and owns both an engineering and a survey company who has done this report that clearly shows that the runoff is going to be less. The other thing, before I go too far, I didn't have the benefit of seeing some of these people handed out things to the board. I don't know if it's something I need to respond to or not, but I wasn't given it, so can somebody identify? I don't know if they were just giving you what they were reading, in which case I don't need it, or they were giving you something to support what they were reading, and I'd like to have a look at it, which I can do after I'm done here. With respect to Ms. Saltis, she showed you the pictures, and again, I agree, there's pictures of her house, which she's right that the back of her lot is low, and it probably does pond there like it ponds on this lot with runoff coming, but the front of the Saltis lot, if this picture I'm looking at is the right one, is much higher. So water's running from the top, if you will, of her own lot down towards the bottom. I don't say that to create problems, just that we recognize that water is an issue here. For the record, Ms. Saltis also mentioned, if I understood her correctly, she was reading from special exception requirements. You know this, but for the public, these are variance requests, not a special exception. And Jillian, I don't know, when you put up the tax map for me, the one I was looking for was the one that had highlighting on it, which I have as Exhibit F. I'm hoping that was turned in, but while she's trying to find that, it is interesting from my perspective to hear people complain about someone who wants to build on a small lot that legally exists, and the owners had the legal right to recreate this lot because it was, under the statute, wrongfully merged when that statute was passed. Particularly when many, as I pointed out earlier, many, if not most of the nearby lots also don't meet the 15,000 square foot requirement. I will agree that this one looks to be, there might be some that are roughly the same size, but as I said before, they run from 6,000 up. So it's hard for me anyway, as the lawyer for Mr. Cloutier, to hear, well, you've got a small lot, you shouldn't build on it, when most of the houses there are also on small lots compared to the ordinance requirements today. I'm told by Mr. Cloutier, I wasn't aware of the issue about sewer or anything like that. I'm told by Mr. Cloutier that the sewer is connectable, it runs to Benson Street. He informed me while this was going on that he has spoken to DPW and they're not seeing a problem with connecting, so that's really not an issue. And finally, I guess, I would just like to say that what's before you is not the house itself in all the building. That will undertake a separate review by this city. If somebody wants to build a house or any other feature on the lot, they're going to have to go get a building permit, which is going to require review by the building inspection department and compliance with the requirements of the city to build a home on the lot. All we are here for today is for permission to get variances from the lot size and frontage because this lot can't meet those. And the key factor is that the home that's been proposed, it hasn't been fully designed for elevations, but the home that's being proposed, he's agreed to limit that to, I think I said 946 square feet of perimeter, meets every other requirement for dimensionally. And I don't know for certain because I haven't looked at them all, but I would be willing to bet that there's a lot of homes on some of these other small lots that don't meet all of those requirements. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. Monica Kaiser, an attorney in my office, prepared this, and it's outlining our lot is the one that's in green, kind of lower left. It's kind of hard to see from there. And the ones that are outlined in blue are lots that we find that are not conforming to lot size and frontage. They may be larger than ours, but they're not 15,000 square feet. That's both lot size and frontage according to this map. And the ones in orange are at least not non-conforming to lot size. So you can see that we are in a sea of lots that this is similar to. Turning to the hardship, again, thank you, Bruce. I've been through it, but the point of it is that, are there special conditions? There are special conditions in that this lot has existed since 1918, but for the time when the city, as it turns out, inappropriately merged it with others. And it's hard to hear people claim that somebody following their legal right to recreate a lot because the statutory provisions in this state approved by the legislature permit it, should be ignored and not be permitted. I think I have just...
Attorney Phoenix, you have 1 minute left, less than 1 minute.
I probably went over already, but so I would ask the board, though I do understand the response and the position of the neighbors, and there are a lot of them, The board should not be motivated or moved by the number of people who are making claims. It's really goes back to the analysis of the requirements for the variance that I think we very clearly meet. I would like to have Bruce address the stormwater issues because I don't, that's his wheelhouse, not mine.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes. All the speakers, 2 for, against, have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Once again, it's Bruce Scammon for the record. Just wanted to talk about a couple of the issues. First, the sewer is at the confluence, I believe, of Benjamin. So it's just down the road. You would be able to either drill or cut the road to do that construction. And our client has already spoken to the DPW on that. The soils on site, this is a very typical way of doing this. We are not at the point where we would be submitting these to the town, to the city as of today anyways. That is part of the building permit process. So these calculations are reviewed by city staff as well during the building permit process. Our design is such that it's going to hold water on our site to slow the water down, to allow water from its downstream to recede before it will be released. So that's an improvement of then letting it flow just directly off. Additionally, the neighbors to the rear are much higher, and their water is pouring onto our lot. All along Essex Road is at a higher elevation than the rear that comes down across the back. So as I spoke originally, the water from I'd call it to the north above us, all flows down and then goes out through Benson down at that intersection, which is at the corner of Benson and Sims. So there's an existing city infrastructure for drainage, and if that's an issue, it could be backing up. You know, I have not investigated the city issue with the road itself, so I'd have to look into that. But that's really downstream of where we are, and I would think that sounds like the neighbors are all having troubles because the city isn't rectifying the issue with the culvert that's existing. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Are there any other speakers, 2, for, or against? Okay, and is there anyone online, Julia?
Nobody with their hand.
Okay, so with that, I'll close the public hearing. Okay.
So, Bill Dooley, owner of 140 Essex Avenue, a direct abutter to Lot 44. I guess just some of the drainage and stormwater issues. So our foundation sits within, depending on the size of the ponding, within 15 to 20 feet of that water. So it's not all the properties on Essex Avenue run or are uphill of the ponding. Our foundation is right next to it. When I stand in my basement, look out the window, that's 5 feet high or so, the ponding is about chest high on me, and it's about 15 feet away when there's ponding there. So that water is very close to our foundation. So I just wanted to make that clear that this is not just some ponding and all the houses sit up above it. The thing I found curious is what the engineer's long-winded document in the application packet went through a lot of trouble to show that there was zero flow off the property in the pre-development condition as well as the post-development condition. But when he came up to speak, he spoke about how water flows off the back of the property, and then what he showed is how it does escape and go across my lawn and down to the next neighbor's lawn to get out. And that's part of what I have concerns about as well, that if you look at the post-development conditions drawing, the elevation lines are exactly the same as the pre-development conditions drawing as well. So basically, that's indicating there's going to be absolutely no change to the elevations on this property after the development of a house, digging a foundation, grading that soil, compacting it. So because the elevation variances are very subtle. There's kind of, I don't know if you can pull up the page 28 of their packet, of the application packet, or the 5th page of the engineering report. You can see that post-development conditions diagram. And in the back of lot 44, there's a 49-foot elevation marking that's roughly circular, that roughly indicates where the ponding occurs. And then if you follow that to the back edge of the stone drip edge at the back of the property, you can see that the height of the elevation there is 49.4 feet. So there is a 0.4 foot, 4 or 5 inch height difference between the drip edge and where the ponding occurs, even though it's maybe 20 feet downhill. So my concern is that he's creating this trench that's, I think it's 5.5 foot wide by 4 foot deep, but the water already rises to within 4 or 5 inches of the top of that stone drip edge. So any infiltration into that area is going to infiltrate right into the same saturated soil where the ponding occurs. So I don't see that the estimates of zero, flow off the property, and that the catchment area would fully absorb all the rain flow, including 50-year storms. I just can't see that that's realistic, seeing that it's these tiny little elevation differences. So my other concern is that if they do regrade the property back there, that they're probably going to slope it down more, and the ponding will no longer have a way to get out, as was described, coming across the corner of lot 44 and then out through my property. So if it can't get out there because of regrading and elevation changes, that pond is going to grow larger, and then that water is going to have to go down and out through our sump pump, and if that sump pump fails, it's going to fill our basement. So those are the concerns, that it is very close to our house, and these minor changes, because we're talking about inches of elevation, would make a significant difference if they graded and raised it 6 inches. That pond is going to grow and grow closer to our house. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Before you close the public hearing, might I ask a question of Attorney Phoenix?
Yes, you may. But first, I just want to see, are there any other speakers to for or against?
I am going to ask Bruce to respond to the gentleman's comments, because I want Bruce to be able to explain what he meant, as opposed to that guy interpreting what the report meant.
Okay, briefly, please, though. We do have other applications.
But first,
right,
may I answer Mr. Sullivan's question?
Yes.
Attorney Phoenix, in your rebuttal, I was struck by the point that you made early on, that you have an expert witness and the neighbors did not. And I know about the law that you referenced. But is it your position that this board is obligated as a matter of law to ignore everything that these people have told us about drainage?
The board will decide what weight it wants to get. It's not so much a matter of law as it is a matter of fact. The neighbor's layperson analysis of what's going on in their neighborhood, I don't disagree with. I'm sure there is water running, there's water ponding, etc. The issue, and the reason that I brought up the issue of the law on an expert, is this gentleman does this for a living, designs these things for a living. And he is saying, my layperson's response to or review and discussion with him is that the water by amount and speed is going to be improved after this is done because of the treatment that he's giving the water. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Well, I have a little bit of a follow-up. Okay. Do you think that the board would require testimony from an expert to conclude that water flows downhill?
I think you know what I'm going to say to that. Of course not.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mantle.
Attorney Phoenix, who owns the property currently?
The Royaloses? The Royals, I think they're brothers, they might be brothers. Roylos.
Okay, thank you.
that it?
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, and briefly, this will be, I think, the last two for or against. As I said, we have
Sure.
many other applications tonight.
Very brief. What we're doing is by digging out soil, putting in stone, it allows for water to be stored there that isn't currently being stored there. So we're creating a pond that can hold water. Water comes from all the way across the whole neighborhood and comes down to this area. It's not the water that's being created by this lot or any of these houses. It's the whole neighborhood that's bringing water there. So by building in a way that meets the zoning, meaning it meets the house coverage of the structure and the amount of open space. This has 70% open space after it's developed in this manner. It meets the zoning ordinance that'll allow it to be built like this. On top of that, we're creating more water being able to be stored on our lot, that a lot of which will be coming across from upper homes, including the ones on Essex that are all higher than the back end parts of this lot. So we're being able to store more water, and that's the way the design is made. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, 1 minute, but literally 1 minute. We literally have a lot of applications tonight.
Stephen Parsons, 160 Essex Ave. I just wanted to say I'm a civil engineer with 28 years of experience. I do find many faults with their stormwater development plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask the board for their thoughts, a motion, discussion. Mr. Rossi?
I'd like to share some thoughts. It's an interesting application and a lot of points to consider here. To me, it all hinges on the approval criterion of impact on the property values of the surrounding properties. And I take, I'm aware of, the legal point that Attorney Phoenix brought up with regard to an expert report and an expert witness. And I think it's, I understand the reason for that. Clearly, we don't have the technical expertise or the jurisdiction to make a judgment about the quality of the report. So I have to go by what is in the report and what was stated by the expert witness, Bruce Scanlon, Mr. Scanlon. And two things that Mr. Scanlon stated that trouble me with regard to the impact on the property values of surrounding properties, on the basis that I believe there's a temporal disconnect here that I have to consider, in that if we grant this variance, the variance stays with the property forever. But we've also been told by Mr. Scanlon that the report contains a description of how the system functions as designed and installed, but that in order for it to continue to function properly, it will require maintenance, and there is no guarantee that it would continue to function properly because there's no guarantee of how anyone who owns the property would maintain the system with regard to keeping it clear of debris or other things that may not even be obvious, where sand and silt may seep into it from below the ground, which happens to be a problem that I'm familiar with on my property with a similar system. It was also stated by Mr. Scanlon that without the drainage system, the installment of a house on this property would increase the runoff on the surrounding properties. So based on the evidence and testimony presented by the expert witness who created the report, I'm left to believe that this is not necessarily a durable solution to the main issue that would affect the value of the surrounding properties, and therefore I will not be supporting the application. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, Mr. Mano?
Yeah, well, we've seen a few of these before, and I appreciate Attorney Phoenix bringing out the Daniels map again. It's always good to look at my neighborhood, and I appreciate the abutters coming out and addressing their concerns. I can't support the motion simply because the application is...
There is no motion on the floor, just so you know.
Is what?
There's no motion on the
There's
floor.
no motion.
So-
I can't support the application because it's defective on its face. This property was sold by the Royalist successors 6 months ago to a trust. Jagenfield Trust, Zachary Jagenfield, trustee. So the request of Michael and Isaac Royalist, owners, is wrong. And we have no documentation that the trust or their representatives approved this application. This is according to the city records.
Any other thoughts, comments? Mr. Am?
Yeah, just to address that last point, I'm not entirely sure that's a true statement in the sense that these are now two separate lots per the action of the city council. One of them may have been sold, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the other was sold, so somehow...
Hasn't been separated, David. Sorry.
Well,
I think they're two separate lots per
let
the decision of the city council. At any rate, regardless of that, you know, and we've heard this many times in my 13 years on the board. Certainly all the properties that are potentially being developed in the city now are the difficult properties, right? They're the ones that have the ledge. They're the ones that sit lower relative to other adjacent properties. That's what's left in the city to develop at this point in time. So almost invariably, when we have a request like this, we hear a lot from abutters, and I understand their concerns. It's your property. Our change almost always brings some kinds of effects. Some are positive, some are negative. But it's going to create some kind of impact, and that's a very both logical and emotional concern of surrounding abutters. And I appreciate all of the testimony that's been provided here. That said, I mean, I think the criteria for this board, we're really being asked for a dimensional consideration of, is a lot of this square footage and this frontage, having this frontage on the street, something that should be considered buildable, right? So in the extreme, I mean, I know a lot of the abutters said, hey, there's some beautiful trees there, appreciate that. That said, this is not a park. It's not a conservation area. It's something that that particular property owner owns, and they could make the choice to cut those trees down. Again, there is sort of like an area that probably does, I fully understand, probably collects water currently. That's not to say that the property owner, you know, if this was to be remerged or had remained merged, the property owner could, in fact, choose to go and create a larger home that spans across all three of those original 1918 lots, and probably do a lot of fill-in all within the rights that they have. The current property owner could determine to, you know, do some more landfill in there. It could be, you know, had it remained again part of one large lot, could have had a garage placed on it, right? A very substantial garage with a accessory dwelling unit, all those things. Now, you know, we don't want to go too far down the what if path, but I'm just trying to illustrate that while those concerns are legitimate, I don't think it's things that necessarily the board has full cognizance over. I think there are other groups in the city that will review the information that the applicant is putting forward with regard to their ability to have minimal impact on the surrounding properties should a home be built on it. The city building department and working with Public Works, they are taking a look at that prior to issuing a building permit, right? That's among the things that they're taking a look at. So this really comes down to, is a lot of a 50-foot by 100-foot lot one that can be considered buildable in this neighborhood based off the criteria? And I know that somebody said, hey, you know, your ordinance says that the fact that there's other properties in the neighborhood that reflect it isn't a factor. That's not entirely true per our criteria. we do take a look at the general conditions of the neighborhood as part of our analysis, and those do reflect it. Now, I agree that the zoning ordinance is an aspiration. It says this is where we think we're heading, and what we want to try and do in the future, but at the same point in time, we recognize that there's lots of exceptions in the city to the zoning ordinance for a particular area, right? The zoning ordinance is a broad piece of peanut butter spread across. It doesn't fully reflect everything that's taking place in a specific neighborhood. So with that in mind, I guess the question is from the standpoint, is this a buildable lot? And really the argument comes down to that total square footage. How does the fact that it is smaller than total square footage allowed, how is it the fact that it does not have the frontage affect all the criteria that we are concerned with, including those related to the whether or not property values are affected? And I think that's how we have to base our decision. The fact that this is now once again a lot of record, admittedly one that is substandard relative to the zoning ordinance, but is it somewhat reflective of the neighborhood as a whole? We've had this argument before. We've seen similar requests for both on Islington Street. There was another one on Melbourne Street. I think there's one on Essex maybe in as well. This is the nature of what we're looking at. We've had other neighborhoods where something similar has come before us. I do think the fact that this is an established lot of record, admittedly going back to a outline that was set up, generations ago, over 100 years ago, still does weigh as an aspect of our analysis, and that there has been building. It's not like the entire neighborhood. It consists of 150 by 100 foot lots. There's, as the applicant has pointed out, many 100 foot by 100 foot. There are directly across the street some 50 by 100 foot. The two most adjacent lots are admittedly through lots, so they're 200 by 50. But there's a number of different sizes in this neighborhood as well. Can we say with great determination that this lot would not meet that from a purely dimensional standpoint of being a buildable lot? So that's where my thoughts are coming from.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan?
Well, I have a somewhat different view. To begin with, I think that the applicant's initial position presented to the board was reasonable, and I believe I would have been persuaded by it to support the variances. But then came the testimony of the neighbors, and first I want to look at this in a broad sense. The purpose of a zoning ordinance is to, of course, promote orderly development within the community. But part of that concept of orderly development is, and zoning ordinances do, sort of protect the neighbors from each other. They keep your neighbor from putting in some use of the property which would be offensive or detrimental to you. In this case, the effect of granting the variances would be to make this lot eligible for the construction of a building within impermeable surfaces, roof, driveways, etc., which it is not currently eligible for. The neighbors have persuaded me that in terms of the ordinance protecting neighbors from each other, the neighbors who testified here tonight have something to be protected from. If we make this lot eligible to have a home on it, a home may come on it, bringing with it the impermeable surfaces, bringing with it the deleterious effects on the neighborhood that we heard abundant testimony about tonight. And I think that the concept I just said implicates at least three aspects of the elements required to be proven for the applicant to get a variance. Number one, that granting of the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. Well, I'm sure the members of the public who testified here tonight against this proposal would agree that that element has not been proven if we allow a home to be built there. Secondly, granting the variance would do substantial justice. I don't know and I don't feel that we will be doing substantial justice to the people in the neighborhood who rely upon the protection of the zoning ordinance. If we take that protection away and allow a home to be built here on this lot. And then thirdly, that granting the variance would not diminish the values of surrounding properties. Well, we heard abundant evidence from the neighbors that they feel the value of their property is being diminished by construction in the area, and that they feel it will be further diminished by particular construction on this lot. And I, for one, am persuaded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Anyone else from this side of the board?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Mattson?
Well, so I'm considering making a motion that I would then explain myself, but it would be a motion to approve, and I'm not sure if I have the support, so I might just make comments. Or I'll make a motion, and if I have a second, I'll explain, and if I don't, I'll do my comments.
Okay, your motion, please.
If I have a second, I'll have a motion to approve the variance request as advertised and presented.
For a second?
Okay.
There's not a second.
So I will do my comments then.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess, all right, so to start with, I do empathize with all the neighborhood, and there's clearly a flooding issue there going on. I guess for me, the big thing is that denying this variance doesn't stop the flooding that's happening there. That's a separate issue, and it's unfortunate. And then if anything, this new construction would actually be an improvement with the stormwater management. While it's true that in theory, over time, a new homeowner could neglect it and then it could clog up and then result in more flooding, that's not a guarantee, whereas it is a guarantee that doing this to start off with definitely would not worsen the flooding. It might not solve all the flooding because it sounds like there's other issues, again, that by denying this doesn't solve that either. And if anything, it sounds like this is kind of a low point in the neighborhood, which is why the water pools there. So it's more a problem of this property than the other properties. Yeah, so, okay. And then I guess another thing is, if this is being proposed to be subdivided and created as a lot, I would not be in favor of that. This does not conform to what our zoning requires. Although interestingly, even with this lot size, a third of the required size, it does still result in a buildable area of 30 feet by 44 feet, which is a decent size footprint for a home. It's much bigger than my home, I know. You can completely build a reasonable sized home, as I know it's not part of this application, but the applicant has shown a footprint of a home that fits within this lot. So there's no relief being asked for anything that could be controlled. And this lot does already exist, so it's there. It's not being asked to be created. It just, yeah, to me, it's just kind of a different situation. And then, yeah, I guess those are my main thoughts that I have written down. So, yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Rossi?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, if I could just, before a motion is made, I just want to briefly add my thoughts. I'm struggling with this because this lot was involuntarily merged. It has been unmerged from the city. If this variance is not granted, there would be no reasonable use of this land, which could be technically a taking. I'm there's obviously a lot of stormwater runoff and flooding issues around this property and around this area. I'm not completely convinced that building a building on this site would add to it, given the stormwater infrastructure improvements that were described, that would probably help with the flooding on this property. That said, I do think that this is kind of a rare application where substantial justice, which is normally sort of a checkbox issue, may be problematic for this property, in that clearly we have had a lot of testimony from the public, from the neighbors, that not granting these that substantial justice would be done to them by not granting the variances, that there is a significant gain to the public by not granting these variances. So those are my thoughts. I would ask that who speaks next makes a motion. So, Mr. Rossi.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion to deny the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Sullivan, is that you? Okay.
Rarely are my motions so popular that people battle over who will be the second. But in any case, my motion is to deny the application as presented and advertised. And I think it's first important to point out that in order for an application to fail, it need only fail to satisfy one of the 5 criteria that we use to approve a variance. But I'm going to talk about 2 anyway. That doesn't mean that it doesn't fail on other criteria, but these are 2 that I will mention. One is the impact on the potential for diminution of the values of the surrounding properties. Going on the testimony of the expert, I do say that we have a temporal problem in that we're being asked to approve a permanent change in the use of the property based on mitigation of stormwater in a system that will function for a period of time, a finite period of time, if properly maintained, with no obligation of the property owner to maintain the system, no guarantee that it will be maintained, and no guarantee that the system will function as initially designed over time, even if it is properly maintained. This is based on the testimony presented to us by the expert who created the report on the system and the drainage situation there. And that is a problem when we're talking about a permanent change to the use of a property. I do think that a case can be made as well that there is not that there is a loss to the public if this is approved, and the public being particularly the people in the neighborhood. So many people will be affected by the stormwater that it's not just a simple matter of one property owner versus another. It affects an entire neighborhood. So on that basis, I move that we deny the variance.
Could you please restate exactly which criterion it fails?
Well, if I pick one, I'll just say it fails the. Can I see the thing so I can read it exactly?
I'm going to ask the board to be really specific in what criterion it fails, and for the second to also address that.
Okay, it fails 10.233.24. Granting the variance would not diminish the values of surrounding properties. I do not believe it satisfies that criterion for the reasons that I mentioned regarding the impermanence of the stormwater solution as it was described to us.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the second?
Who is the second? Is it Bob?
Mr. Sullivan.
Give it to Bob.
Oh, you were calling for the vote. I was.
No, the second. Anything to add to the motion by the second, which is you?
I have nothing to add to what I've already said.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion?
I will be supporting the motion. Again, I believe the application is defective because it was purchased in August of last year, 25 Sims, lot size 0.34 of an acre, which is approximately 15,000 square feet, which is 5,000 square foot merged lots. And we don't have anything from the current owner in this application. So as far as I'm concerned, the application is defective.
Okay. All right, any other discussion on the motion?
Yes, that's.
Vice Chair Mattson?
Yeah, it's pretty minor, but I guess, again, for context here, I guess my main concerns with the motion is that the application variance request is just about the lot size that's there not being changed. And then finally, that it's just a modest single-family home being proposed, which is a reasonable use. It's not some, I don't know, outrageous proposal. But I can see that that's just my thoughts.
All right, so, Mr. Sullivan?
Sure. Just to clarify what I had said, in my comments before there was a motion, I listed the factual findings that I thought will support this motion, and I refer back to those for purposes of the record in case it becomes necessary.
Okay. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to deny the variance as presented and advertised for reasons that it will diminish the property values of others, which is criterion 4. I'm going to start over at this side. I'm going to call for the vote. I'm going to start at this side. Mr. Lucas?
No.
No. Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
Mr. Mattson?
No.
Mr. Rayam?
No.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
And the chair votes no. The motion to deny is defeated. I will need a, actually, no, that is, so, but we will need to.
Another motion.
We'll need another motion to approve the variances as presented, advertised, and for a vote on that.
Or a reworded motion to deny.
Or a reworded motion.
Yes, or a reworded motion to deny.
I'll try a motion to approve. If I get a second,
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So I'll go through the 5 criteria. The first 2 we take together is that the variance is not contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. And what we mean here is that the proposed use must not conflict with the explicit or implicit purpose of the ordinance and must not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten public health, safety, or welfare. Again, there's a couple of properties right across the street from this that are the exact same size. There's many properties in this neighborhood that are below the required square footage for this zone. This would be a modest home by the nature of it being a smaller lot and fitting within the yard setbacks. The ordinance has said that we have a desirability for more affordable homes, and just by the very nature of this being a smaller parcel, that would fall under that. Substantial justice is done. Here, the benefit to the applicant should not be outweighed by harm to the general public or to other individuals. And we've heard extensive comments that are concerning. I don't know that that applies specifically to this property, and especially the variances being requested, which don't change anything about the actual property. It's the same parcel that's been re-established with the same property lines. I understand there's concerns about future outcomes of that, but that is what is before us for this motion and application. And it is also a balancing act, so here, if we denied this, the flooding issues would still remain, but the applicant that owns this property, or if not, that would be confirmed elsewhere. Or deny, yeah, anyways, that's not part of this motion. the benefit to the applicant here just has to outweigh any potential harm, and denying this prevents an otherwise buildable lot that exists with a buildable envelope of a decent sized home. It would prevent that, and so to me that substantial justice, that benefit to the applicant does outweigh any potential harm of a future stormwater mitigation system failing from lack of maintenance on a new construction home. Number 4, the values of the surrounding properties are not diminished. Here, expert testimony on this question is not conclusive, but it also cannot be ignored. Our expert testimony was not specifically on property values, but that was mentioned. And I do appreciate the concerns about this change, but this parcel exists and is there, and then any new construction, modest single-family home, I don't see that decreasing the values, and we haven't heard conclusive testimony one way or the other. And then finally, literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. And unnecessary hardship means that because of the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from others in the area, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application to this property. And here, there are other properties that are similar to this, but the difference is more legislative, I guess. You know, essentially that it's the legal definitions of the merging and unmerging and whatnot that create the special conditions of this property. And then, again, the point of the ordinance is to have appropriate light, air, and privacy, but despite the small lot size, there is a buildable envelope that would meet all of the yard setbacks that are there to affect light, air, and privacy, so that would be maintained. And then finally, the proposed use is a reasonable one, and this is a modest single-family home in a neighborhood of single-family homes.
Anything from the second, Mr. Rio?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate. I mean, my viewpoint on this, I'm coming from this board's purview. Really, the question that is before us is a 50 by 100 foot lot in this neighborhood completely should not be considered a buildable lot. I understand that there may be other complications associated with it. I think that the applicant maybe opened up a can of worms a little bit in trying to address some of those concerns, but I think ultimately our legal standard that this board is taking a look at, there's lots of other groups that take a look at different things like stormwater and whatnot, and I'm not completely uncognizant of it, but at the same point in time, I think that the applicant has tried to show that this is ultimately a solvable issue. I think it is something that will ultimately need to be reviewed and approved through the city's building department in consultation as necessary with the Department of Public Works. So really what's before us is this lot size one that can be considered a buildable lot in this neighborhood. Understanding the aspirational characteristics of the size of the lot that's being called for by the zoning ordinance, I think the applicant has made a good enough argument that says really that fully meeting the aspirational characteristics is extremely rare in this neighborhood. It does not occur very often. Will this be one of the smaller lots? Yes, but it is not unseen in other parts of the neighborhood. There are some ones that are identical size, some that are a little bit larger. Some of them are somewhat larger, right, because they were the two, so they're 100 foot by 100 foot lots now. But an actual, and again, the lot next to it is now a 100 foot by 100 foot lot. It is no longer the larger lot. So the large lot size is extremely rare. I think that there's enough here that says that that this is within the scope of what we are looking at from a legal standpoint for the lot size. And I think one of the hardships is that this has been recreated as a buildable lot. One of the things that a decision was made decades ago that for this, 3 wide parcel, that, 3 of the original 1918 lots, the decision was made to put the building structure on the first two lots and sort of leave the third one fallow, right? Now, some of that may have been driven by some of the things that we're talking about now with topography of the land, but regardless, we don't know if the intent was, hey, someday in the future, I want to make that another ability to build another house for a family member, for whatever. Understand that this is, longtime neighbors that were, saw the property in a certain way, but that is the nature of time, is that those situations change. There's a new ownership. They have gotten the permission to redivide the property into two, and they now are in the possession of a piece of property that is not so atypical for the neighborhood that I think that we have a legal standing to say it should not be a buildable lot. So with that, I think that the motion should be supported.
Okay. So I'm going to just take chair's prerogative before we actually vote on this. So I will be supporting the motion, but I do want to state that one of the general purposes of our zoning ordinance is the impacts on properties of outdoor lighting, noise, vibration, stormwater runoff, and flooding. So I do not construe this application as narrowly as just saying it's a dimensional variance. I do think that there are stormwater issues there. I do not think that they are probably created by this lot. I think it's probably other things in the surrounding area. What has persuaded me is we had a very similar application, I think it was on Melbourne Avenue, I forget, where if without this zoning relief, this property could not be built on. And I think that that is something that is compelling me towards approving this application. And I will say somewhat reluctantly, I absolutely understand where the neighbors are coming from. And I think that I applaud them for all of their comments and hard work tonight. So with that, Mr. Rossi, please. So, is there anything you want to say? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you wanted to speak.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, I do want to add something to the record before the vote is taken, and it has to do with the specific wording, with all due respect to my colleague to my right, Mr. Ray Hume, and his comments about the jurisdiction of this board and the legal purview of this board. I note with interest that the use of the indefinite article, that our purview is to decide whether a lot of this size is a buildable lot in this area. I do not think that is a correct statement about our purview. I think the purview in this case is to decide whether this lot is a buildable lot right here. And that is a much different thing. It's rather than being a general, because I could agree that a lot of this size in this area is a buildable lot based on many of the factors that were mentioned in the motion made by Mr. Mattson. However, that's an a lot statement, not a this lot statement, and I think that's a very important distinction about what our purview is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will just add one more thing in terms of affordability of housing, small housing, and whether or not it'd be more affordable. That is also not within this board's purview. We are not a housing policy board. That is not something that we really should be relying on in our variance criteria or motions. But, okay, with that, I will call the vote. The motion is to approve the variances as presented and advertised. And I will start at the other end of the table, dais. Mr. Sullivan?
No.
Mr. Rossi?
No.
Mr. Rayam?
Yes.
I can find you there. Okay, this way, sorry. Vice Chair Mattson?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle?
No.
Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. The variance application is approved by 4-3. You have your approval. Thank you very much. We are going to be taking a 5-minute break, after which we will be resuming with the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much. we are back in session. The February 18th, 2026 Board of Adjustment meeting has been reconvened. The next order of business is old business D. We're moving right along. The request of Stuart Baker, Revocable Trust owner, for property located at 20 Coffins Court, whereas relief is needed for the construction of a spiral staircase on the left side of the home and dormers on the third floor, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow a 4-foot right side yard and a 5-foot left side yard where 10 feet are required. This was approved on January 21st, 2026. B, a 50.5% building coverage where 35% is allowed. C, a 4.5% open space where 20% is required. And D, a 6.5-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 135, Lot 53, and lies within the General Residence C District. Before I ask who is here to speak to this, I just want to make a note for the members of the viewing public. We actually did approve, as I stated, variances 1A and B in our, I'm sorry,
1A.
1A. We approved 1A for the 5-foot right side yard and the 5-foot left side yard at our January 21st, 2026 meeting. We postponed consideration of B and C until D, which is the 6.5-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required, could be noticed. It was not noticed in the original application. So the person who is here to speak to this application will be speaking as to B, C, and D. And could you please identify yourself and state?
Does he need to move, or can you say?
He's recused.
Oh, Mr. Lucas, you are, thank you for that. If you are recused, if you could please leave the dais.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Mr. Lucas is recused on this application. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Stephanie Johnson from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts, here on behalf of Stuart Baker Revocable Trust. Also with me this evening are Laura Stewart and Evan Baker, the property owners, Alex Ross from Ross Engineering, as well as Alex Muntner from Mogul DeStefano Architects. So as noted, the project in this case, we were back before the board back on January 21st. The project is to add dormers to the third floor to increase living space, a spiral staircase at the back of the home to connect the outdoor first and second floor decks. The home is located in the General Residence C zone. As noted, the right side yard setback relief to permit the dormer on the right side was approved at the last meeting. Additional relief is required because this home is essentially in all of the setbacks. So the right side setback runs through the home, the rear setback also runs through the home. There is the existing first and second floor decks with a spiral staircase currently connecting them. That is all in the rear yard setback. We had mistakenly left off the rear yard setback relief in the application, which is why we're back before you again tonight. In terms of the variance criteria, the variances will not be contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. The purpose of the zoning ordinance is to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of Portsmouth. The requested relief does meet this purpose. The lot will continue to be used for a single-family home. No change in use or increase in intensity is proposed. The improvements that are proposed are contained within the home's existing footprint. The stairs, the spiral staircase that we're here before you discussing tonight encroaches less than the existing deck and staircase that leads to the lower level basement area of the home. There is no additional encroachment into the rear yard setback than what already exists. There's no change to parking or traffic increases resulting from the project. The project improves the aesthetics and livability of the existing home without changing outdoor lighting, noise, vibration, or stormwater runoff. The project maintains the existing structure, which was built in 1880, enhancing it rather than tearing it down or changing its outward appearance. Permeable pavers are used for the existing driveway and patio, which ensures infiltration of stormwater runoff and blunts any impact of the 0.8 decrease in open space or 0.7% increase in building coverage. The project does not alter the character of the locality. It instead works with its character. So there are other homes on Coffins Court, Union Street, and Cabot Street that all encroach on setbacks due to the lots in this area being undersized. Additionally, the project works with the existing home's footprint. It adds living space while preserving the home's unique character. The expansion is contained within the existing footprint of the home. As I said previously, the spiral staircase is further from the lot line than the existing deck and within the same rear setback as the existing decks. And the purpose of the proposal as far as the spiral staircase is to essentially get it outside of the decks so that the first floor deck can be screened in. It also makes the staircase wider, which makes it easier for ingress and egress, carrying things up and down, so it just makes it more functional for the homeowners. Substantial justice will be done in granting the variances. Denying the variances will not benefit the public. The project is visually consistent with the neighborhood's appearance while improving the home's functionality. Neighbors support the project. Raganese, 54 Cabot, he was here last month. I believe he's here again this evening. He spoke about in favor of the proposal. He's the neighbor to the rear, so the deck and the spiral staircase would be impacting him more heavily. Lewinsky at 187 Union Street, which is the other side of 30 Coffins Court, also provided a letter in support. Homeowners in this case have spoken with their other neighbors, including those at 64 and 52 Cabot, 68 Cabot, 74 Cabot, 37 Coffins, 45 Coffins, and 187 Coffins, all of whom support the project. The granting of the variances will not diminish the surrounding property values. There's nothing about the project that would devalue surrounding properties. Again, it's not increasing any encroachments. It's not taking any space away from other properties. It's not negatively impacting light or air. And the neighbors who are most impacted support the project. Denial of the variances in this case would result in unnecessary hardship. We're dealing with a 145-year-old home. It's sited on a 0.05 acre lot. The front, right side, and rear setbacks run through the existing structure, so anything proposed for this property would require relief. The neighborhood is densely populated with older homes that are on undersized lots. Case law suggests that hardship may be found where similar non-conforming uses exist within the neighborhood, and the proposed use will have no adverse effect. That's Walker v. City of Manchester. The relief in this case does not impair the purpose of dimensional building coverage or open space requirements. Preventing overcrowding or overburdening of land, ensuring adequate light and air circulation, and providing sufficient area for stormwater treatment are all things that the zoning ordinance is geared towards. There are no negative impacts to any of those factors here. Again, no change is proposed as the lot continues to be used for a single-family residence. The existing home doesn't comply with setbacks. It's an undersized lot, which makes it impossible to comply with open space and building coverage requirements. Pervious patio, pavers, and driveway were put on the lot to try and negate any impacts as far as stormwater management, and it conforms to the neighborhood's character. Finally, I would just note that the GRC zone permits residential use, and under case law, if the use is permitted, it's deemed reasonable. So in this case, again, we're dealing with a single-family home, no expansion of the structure or its intensity of use is proposed. It simply requires relief from the setback requirements that exist and run through the existing structure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for the applicant's attorney? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Besides those noted by the applicant's attorney. Is there anyone, and there's no one left, is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to this application? And no one on Zoom, okay. And finally, is there anyone who would like to speak to, for, or against? Okay, seeing no one rise, I'll close the public hearing. And I'll ask the board for a motion or thoughts. Don't all scream at once. Mr. Rossi, you're showing interest, so I'm going to call on you.
Can I have my
So we
cheat
can
sheet
move this
again?
along.
I'll move to approve the application as presented and advertised.
Okay, and is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rayum is the second. Your motion, Mr. Rossi?
Okay, well, I'd first like to state that we have heard and considered this application in a previous meeting, and the reason it is before us today is because there was a technical issue regarding the noticing of the application at the prior meeting, and it required it to be renoticed and represented. On that basis, all of the facts that we found in the previous discussion are still relevant, and I still believe that granting this variance is consistent with 10.2, 3321, and 2.2. It observes the spirit of the ordinance. It does not, this is a small change in the footprint of the house. It doesn't really conflict at all with the purpose of the ordinance in terms of preserving open air, light, and space in the property and the surrounding properties. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. There is no loss to the public, to the general public, that outweighs the benefit to the, something like that, however we are supposed to word that, that would outweigh the loss to the applicant should this application be denied. Right? Is that the way we're supposed to word it? There's no benefits to the public for denying it that would outweigh the loss to the applicant if this application were to be denied. And granting the variance would not diminish the value of the surrounding properties. We've heard confirmation from the surrounding property owners that they are in support of this project. Surely that would not be the case if they felt that it would diminish the value of their properties. And liberal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. It is an older home. It is located where it's located on the property. There's really not much that can be done about that. There's a lot of encroachments and whatnot that are pre-existing and are impractical to change. And this application does not add to those in a substantial way. So this criterion is also satisfied.
Anything from the second, Mr. Ram?
Yeah, so this application really is being driven by the desire to create a screened-in porch on the backside. There is currently an existing porch that's there, as the applicant has pointed out. The act of screening it in would not in and of itself trigger a relief requirement. However, the desire to have the full width of that porch be screened in, and it's also sort of dictated by the large sort of sliding door, French door arrangement, whichever it is, getting onto that porch, that has driven the applicant to say, hey, I'd really like to move my stairs out by essentially a stairs width to closer to the edge of the property. And this is a very, very, as has been pointed out, it's a very small lot. So really anything that the applicant is trying to do is impinging, which gives both a reason but also some pause to say, hey, can you live without this? That said, I think the major criteria for me that I think makes me feel good about this is that it's really very open structure. The stairs are not terribly imposing from a light and air standpoint. Those things that concern us when you're encroaching into any of the setbacks. It's a relatively insignificant structural addition. Far more significant was the dormer that they were requesting, which this board approved based off of a motion that I made last time. So I do think, as Mr. Rossi has pointed out, that they've met the criteria. I think in terms of the hardship criteria, this is a uniquely small lot, but it also has a sort of an existing porch in the back with a need for the ability to get down off of it. And, there is an existing path there. The applicant is simply requesting to move it to one side. So I do think the request is a reasonable, extension of its current use that's there. And with that, should be approved.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. All right. So we will start with Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Ram.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Battle.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. The application is approved. We have at long last reached our last item of old business. I just want to note that Mr. Lucas, our alternate, who is today serving as a regular voting member, is also recused from this application, so there'll be 6 voting members, and the application is as follows. The request of Lisa Page Reyes, owner, and Chris Ward, applicant, for property located at 238 Austin Street, whereas relief is needed to demolish the existing structures, subdivide the lot, and construct a new home on each lot which requires the following for the proposed Austin Street lot. First variance, variance from section 10.521 to allow a 49.75 feet of frontage where 70 feet is required, and B, an 8.5 foot right side yard where 10 feet is required. The following is required for the proposed Coffins Court lot. 1, variance from section 10.521 to allow a 2,884 square foot of lot area where 3,500 square feet is required. B, 2,884 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit where 3,500 square feet is required. C, a 5.5 foot side yard where 10 feet is required. And D, an 18-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 135, Lot 61, and lies within the General Residence C District. And who is here to speak to this application?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim Phoenix from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts, legal counsel for the applicant, Chris Ward. With me here tonight are Mike Garapi, the applicant's representative, and Alex Ross from Ross Engineering, who is our civil and structural engineer. What we have, thank you, Jillian, is a 6,384 square foot lot that, as you can see, is kind of, I don't know, S-shaped or L-shaped, S-shaped, I guess. We've got a home on Austin Street, you can see there at the top left of the image, and a barn, a very old barn, at the bottom of the lot. The frontage is 49.7 feet on Austin Street and 75.36 feet on Coffins. The Austin Street home is small and in very poor condition. The owner had contractors in there in an apparent attempt to try to keep it and save it, but they've really destroyed it by taking out structural weight-bearing walls and putting up 2x4s instead of what's required, and it really can't be saved. The barn, as you can see there in this image, is fairly large. It's very close to lot lines. Looking at that and calling Coffins the front, on the front, it's very close to the lot line. Left side and rear lot line that's abutting the barn, very, very close to the property line. They're, in short, neither the barn nor the home are in very good shape at all. They don't meet, neither one of them meets code. Neither one of them meets zoning dimensional requirements. The intent here, if you can go to the next image, Jillian, is to remove the existing home and the barn in favor of a new home on both on Austin Street and on Coffins Court. And the primary reason that we need relief is because we are intending to subdivide this S-shaped lots by creating one lot with the house on it on Austin Street and another lot with a new house on it on Coffins Court. Referring to my memorandum dated December 17th on page 2, I've outlined in chart form the variance, the facts and the variance requirements that the chair read to you. And it's easy, I found it at least, easy to follow what we're really doing here by looking at it. So as proposed, the Austin Street lot will be 3,500 square feet, so it will be compliant with the lot size, but it doesn't have enough frontage, so we need a variance for the frontage. The Coffins lot has enough frontage, but there's not enough not enough area on the entire existing lot to get to the 3,500 for that lot. So that's 2,884 square feet, which translates to 82% of the 3,500 square foot requirement, while the 49.75 feet where 70 is required on Austin Street is 71% of the requirement. Again, looking at the chart, so I'm just going to go down Austin Street. The Austin lot meets the lot size per dwelling unit, needs a variance for the frontage. It is compliant with building coverage, is compliant with the front yard. The side yard needs some release primarily for a bulkhead and an air conditioning unit, which is 9.1 feet where 10 is requirement. The house itself is compliant, and in all respects, what's being built improves coverage and setbacks on Austin Street compared to existing conditions, including the rear yard. Turning to Coffin's Court, we need relief for the size of the lot. At 2,884 square feet where 3,500 is required. As a result, we also need a variance for lot size per dwelling unit, same issue. We don't need frontage. The building coverage is 35%, which is compliant. The front yard on Coffins is compliant. The side yard is improved. There's a bulkhead at 5.6, an AC unit at 9, and the house itself is compliant. And again, we've got another a rear yard needing 18.4 feet where 20 is required, and that's just a piece of the bulkhead sticking out. I am a little confused by my chart because I show bulkhead twice, but I can't quite figure that out. Now, I was going to, when I prepared this and submitted it, going to launch into the requirements for the variance. However, I just saw today for the first time a letter, which I thought I had, from the Preservation Alliance. What did I do with it? That asked the question about preserving the barn. We don't think that's possible. Alex Ross, who is a structural engineer, has looked at it as recently as today. That letter, did it make it to your packets? It was dated February 13th, I think was Friday. I just saw it today for the first time. I do have here with me a memo and some photographs that Alex prepared that if the chair and the board will receive, I'd like to give you. I will have Alex explain his findings on it, and I'm very mindful of the fact that boards, your board, none of them, in fact, like to get things on the date of a hearing. However, in this case, the Alliance just sent their letter requesting consideration on Friday, so I would ask if the board would be willing to accept Alex's memo, which he will more fully explain.
We will, however, assuming I have no objections, but our ability to digest it and analyze it is going to be limited.
Understood. It's basically for the record and see what happens, because he's going to explain it. May I approach and?
Yes, you can hand it to Mr. Metal, and he will hand it down. I'm assuming, is there any objection from any of the board members?
No, give me all of them. I'll just pass them down. Okay.
So while you're handing out, I will just say, I'm going to turn it over to Alex. Well, let me go through the variance requirements, and then I'll have Alex address that particular issue. I also want to state that the barn and the house are not going to be coming down like tomorrow, assuming this is approved. And Mr. Ward, through his own efforts and that of Mr. Garapi, have asked me to express that they would be willing to talk to anybody at the Alliance, Preservation Alliance, or anybody else who may be interested in that barn to take it down, categorize it, catalog it, move it somewhere else, et cetera. So they're open to those discussions and would welcome that opportunity. However, that issue is really not before the board because it's not in the historic district, so it's not really relevant, in my opinion, at least, to what you guys are deciding. But we also understand that the barn is old and has some features that were important in its day, and so we are willing to assist with that if somebody's interested. Turning to the requirements 1 and 2, public interest and spirit of the ordinance. We can't change the frontages, so we're stuck with those. We could play with the lot sizes. We could have 2 that don't make the 2,800, 2,900 and the 3,534, then we need lot size for both of them. So we chose to give one of them the 3,500 it needs and leave the 2,800 for the rest. Again, similar to the other one I argued earlier, We gave you the tax map of this, and there are, these lot sizes are very consistent with many other lots and homes in the area. The point was made on the one just before that Stephanie of my office argued before you. Was also a very small lot, and there are a number on, particularly on Coffin's Court, which, as you know, is really about a driveway width. I drive a pickup truck, and I have to pull the mirrors in if I drive down there. So we think that this proposal will add housing stock, is much better dimensionally compliant. We'll have as well 2 homes that will be not only closer to zoning compliance or less non-conforming than existing conditions, but also will be fully code compliant, whereas the buildings that are there now are not code compliant. Alex will tell you in a moment that that they're just not savable. So given the circumstances of the size of this lot and the lots in the area, having one lot at 2,800 square feet and the other lot having only 50 feet of, roughly 50 feet of frontage where 70 is required, which can't be changed, are entirely reasonable. So they don't unduly and to a marked degree conflict with the ordinance such that they violate the ordinance's basic zoning objectives. The Residence C district in which this is located is intended to provide for areas of single-family, two-family, and multifamily dwellings with appropriate accessory uses at moderate to high densities from 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre. We believe we comply with that intent. And then turning again to the law on it, will the variances alter the essential character of the locality? We think they will not, given the conditions down there and the size of lots and frontages and what have you. And it will not threaten the public health, safety, or welfare because the non-compliant buildings, non-code compliant buildings, and non-zoning compliant buildings will be removed with improved zoning and fully code compliant. The third requirement is for substantial justice. Again, if there's no benefit to the public that outweighs the hardship to the applicant, this factor is satisfied. Any loss to the applicant not outweighed by a gain to the general public is an injustice to the applicant. So I've mentioned this before in the earlier one, the case of Belanger versus City of Nashua, and I'll also report, I believe that was Attorney Sullivan's first Supreme Court argument in his career. Yeah, the bottom line, factually not similar, but it's talking about ordinances needing to reflect the current character of the neighborhood, and where the ordinance doesn't do that, such as here, then that's why this board is here to help guide and approve lots that would be kept in reflection of the current character of the neighborhood. So we can't conceive of any harm to the neighbor, to any neighbor, from the improvements we're going to provide in return for what we think is pretty reasonable zoning relief. Next, fourth of 5 is granting the variance will not diminish property values. We think that's evident, common sense, but we also have turned in a letter from James Netto, who's a local realtor. I won't read his letter, you have it, but it concludes that there is no diminution of value of surrounding properties as a result of this. And finally, the hardship, 3 prongs, special conditions. This lot, coincidentally, has a special condition because it's larger than most of the, or many of the lots in the area. And this proposal, including the subdivision, brings those lots more into character, if you will, with many of the lots in the area. It's also very oddly shaped. It also has 2 structures that are just not able to be saved, so you're going to have to take them down anyway. And we think since it's also got frontage on 2 streets, which is somewhat unusual. So when you combine all those things, we think it's clear that special conditions exist. Second prong is that there's no fair and substantial relationship between the purposes of the ordinance and its application here. So we have lot area, frontage, density, and setbacks in order to prevent overcrowding, to have space between neighbors, air, light, stormwater treatment, and those kind of things. In all respects, we are improving those things. And the line that separates the lots is merely a line on paper. It just creates lots but doesn't have any negative effect. And the improved lot coverage will create more air, more light, more setback, more separation from neighbors, more area for stormwater. And then finally, the proposed use is reasonable. It's a residential use in a residential zone, so it's deemed reasonable under the case law. I would like to have Alex just explain his thoughts on the possibility of saving that barn on site.
Before you bring him up, I just want to see if there is any questions for the applicant's attorney. Mr. Rossi.
Yeah, yes, my question is with regard to where you chose to draw the new dividing line between the lots. If the dividing line placed where it is what drives the requirement for the variance on setback let's see if I can get this right. The variance for the rear lot line on the Coffin Street lot being, you don't have the right setback in that envelope, right? For the new structure?
I've got to look at my own notes.
Yeah,
too,
I know, there's a lot of
rear
lot of
lot
figures.
line, rear lot line on Coffin?
On Coffins, right.
Oh, Alex is going to answer that question too. So.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Tim. For the record, Alex Ross with Ross Engineering. So I prepared the survey plans as well as looking at the buildings. So on Coffin's Court, it's such an odd-shaped parcel, and actually the rear line is the furthest line from Coffin's Court. So that's the line that is shown as 22.92. The other kind of rear line there is considered a sideline. So that's using the city regulations.
Then it's the Coffin's Court bulkhead to proposed rear line. The requirement is 20 feet. It's the last row of the table.
Yes.
And it's at 18.4 feet in the proposed, proposed configuration, meaning that if this line was drawn 1.6 feet farther into the Austin Street lot, that variance would not be required, right? So why there instead of 1.6 feet?
Sure. No, that's a good question. And when we came up with this configuration, we wanted to make one of the parcels as conforming as possible. So the Austin Street parcel is conforming as far as land area. Okay. So if we move that line, an inch, then the Austin Street would not be conforming.
Right. So it just becomes a different variance instead of the variance that's there.
Right.
Okay.
And actually, in our research in the 80s, there was a division line between these two parcels. So,
thank you.
Mr. Ram.
So following off of that and sort of reinforcing why it's irrelevant. So again, I'm looking at page 207 of our packet as your drawing 4 of 6, the Coffin's Court layout. So realistically, the driver for your bulkhead is the 5.5 feet radius away from the side lot line corner that you have there, right? So I'm taking a look at your little dashed line that you have that reflects your setback, and it starts to form a curve. But realistically, I don't think you need the 18-foot rear yard setback. It's irrelevant because your bulkhead really only ends up in within the side yard setback region. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, we wanted to cover all bases. If you looked at all those setbacks, and there's also another regulation that has to do with height. So if the bulkhead is low
18
enough,
inches, right?
So I think you're correct in your analysis there.
I mean, it's belt and suspenders. I suppose it doesn't hurt to get the relief, but my impression is you actually don't need it because the side yard setback relief that you're getting covers your bulkhead. Second question that I have is probably for staff, which is, I know that the applicant in their written materials and just was reiterated by Attorney Phoenix that the condensers are 9 feet back and are within the 10-foot side yard setback, but on both properties, they're within the setbacks. However, I believe with the recent change to our zoning ordinance, condensers are allowed to be in a yard, anything but a front yard setback, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so they really don't need relief for that. They're getting relief for the building elements. Would you say that is correct?
The building element.
Okay. And then the last question I have is, well, actually I have two more, sorry, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So your steps, there was actually a footnote. Fortunately for you, I read the footnotes. That kind of says, well, we're not quite sure if the steps are above 18 inches within the 10 feet or not, but that is one of the elements that could potentially be in a setback for the Coffins Court property.
Correct.
Okay. And then lastly, the one thing that, this is probably really more of something that will come before Technical Advisory Committee, but I'm just curious, what have you done to take a look at, so with Coffins Court, as Attorney Phoenix noted, not friendly to your F-250s, with the way that it's set up, how have you looked at the turning radius that you need to be able to get a vehicle into the proposed garage and even into the proposed asphalt driveway? Has that been anything that's been studied at this point?
Yes, so that's a good question, and we have also at the planning office's recommendation, we did go to a TAC work session and went through a lot of items, including traffic on Coffins Court, how cars would enter and exit there, as well as utilities and DPW concerns. So that, this application is just one part of the puzzle. If the board approves this tonight, of course, we'd go back to TAC for a full, thorough review, and then also go on to the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Mattson?
Yeah, it's more of a comment than a question, but I just wanted to point out that there's companies that will pay you for post and beam structures. They'll pay you to disassemble it and remove it, and then they can reassemble it and make it co-compliant on a separate property. But as opposed to just demolishing it, you could actually even have someone buy it and make good use of it. So just to be aware of that.
Yes, I know the owners are open to that, and they have had some discussions with neighbors. So also, as Tim stated, I believe he handed out a memo that I prepared that included some photographs. So I'd like to just go through that quickly.
But
So
actually, I would like to finish questions of the applicant's attorney before we go into those issues. Are there any other questions for the applicant's attorney?
He was doing so good, too.
So, I have a few questions. So, you had stated that these buildings are not in the historic district. However, much like the last application where there are general purposes and intents of our zoning ordinance, the general purpose and intent of our zoning ordinance is the preservation of historic districts and buildings and structures of historic or architectural interest. And here we have a letter from New Hampshire Preservation Alliance that is saying that this barn in particular is historically and architecturally significant. So I would like you to address how, if we grant these variances, by taking this barn down, how that does not run afoul of that provision.
Because, as Alex will tell you and is outlined as a memo, it is almost impossible to save it at any reasonable cost whatsoever. It would be financially infeasible, I'll be nice about it, to try to fix this building and make it code compliant when it doesn't meet codes now. I don't have the details. Alex has looked at it and he's given you the photographs. But it is my opinion that, and I want to stress again for the third time, that we're open to the preservation of that building, and Mr. Mattson just gave us, and I'll follow up on who might be interested in it. But when you balance the age and condition of that barn together with its location that is very much violative of the dimensional requirements, and its condition very poor, and as explained to me, doesn't meet code and would be super expensive to try to make it meet code, I don't think it's something that this board should rightfully require an owner to do.
So in terms of, you've made, I think, probably a good prima facie case as to how this property accommodates what you're going to try to do with it. Subdivide and put a house on Austin and on Coffins Court. But our inquiry is, why is the current zoning preventing you from making a use of this property? I would like you to take a run at that. In other words, I think you have a hardship problem. Because I think most people could say, yeah, this is a really good idea, but why is the way that the property is zoned now and configured preventing you from putting a single structure on it?
It's not preventing a single structure. You could put a single take down two structures and put up one structure if you wanted to, but I think that is a short-sighted, with due respect, view of what zoning is all about. Zoning is not only about how many structures, one or more on a lot. I know our ordinance says one living area
Well,
on a
I'm
lot.
sorry, what I should need to say is making use of the entire lot for just keeping it a single lot.
That could happen. You could put a new garage on that lot. You could put an ADU on that lot. But again, my belief, and I think my client's belief, is that that is a short-sighted analysis of what's permitted under the zoning ordinance when you balance the ordinance and its purposes against somebody's property rights. When we have numerous lots that don't meet 3,500, and we're going to have one of them meet it, and one of them's 80% and is consistent with others, and we're doing these other positive things, such as improving setbacks. We even asked for variances that, at least if I understood Mr. Rayom correctly, he felt weren't needed, but in fact, there's a footnote in here for at least one of them that we did it in an abundance of caution because we didn't want to come and find out that we were wrong if we took the position that it wasn't required. So I can tell you for whatever it's worth with this board, I have on more than one occasion, on several occasions over the years, come in here and had lots that were approved for variances because you had a lot that's bigger than one needs, here 3,500, but not quite big enough for two, and this board has seen fit to grant those because it's close, allows additional housing in this city, and is also consistent with the size of lots in the area and meets the other zoning general requirement of C, well, I read it to you, general residence C, about what that's intended to do, single family, two family, multifamily, 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre. So I think if you look at everything, including the issue you just raised, Madam Chair, I think the equities on all of the other things that we would consider weigh in favor of this being a reasonable use of the land and thus reasonable variance requests.
Okay, I'm not going to get into a running monologue or a dialogue. I think it's a hard problem. So, and just to clarify, so I did drive. That is, my concerns are, as I am very well aware of this area. I have friends that live there, so I do have a lot of experience with it. That is a really tight area. I mean, that whole neighborhood, that Coffins Court, it is very, very. It is probably the most tightly packed part of the city that I have seen. Not that I have an extensive knowledge of the city, and it is concerning to me to have to subdivide a lot and to put two houses on it, given the general density and small lots, not a lot of movement of light and air around those areas. So my question to you is why, hold on one second, I just lost my packet. So I would like you to address some of those concerns in terms of light and air and the particular characteristics of that particular part, which is very, very unique in the city.
Sure. Fair question, and I appreciate the opportunity because sometimes we don't find out what people are thinking until I can't address it. So
I am trying to be fair.
I guess I wasn't suggesting that you aren't always trying to be fair, but to me, our earlier discussion of a few minutes ago answers the question. The thought process seems to be, well, maybe you should consider, this is a historic barn, so maybe you should consider keeping it. Well, that barn makes all of those issues you just raised, air, light, separation from neighbors, worse. So redeveloping that barn where it is, it's closer to all of the lot lines, it covers more of the lot, it's taller, so it's, and I don't know this for certain, but I'm not sure I'm aware of any other barns in this, on Coffin's Court or in this general area. I was told that that barn was, for some period of time in the relatively recent past, meaning not 100 years ago, that a plumbing company owned and operated, and they operated their plumbing business out of it, which wouldn't make a lot of sense to me in a strictly residential area. So I think when you look at what we're planning to do, all of the issues that have been raised about the tightness of the neighborhood, the narrowness of the street, are improved by what we're proposing compared to what's there today.
Okay. And just one final question. So you have an owner and an applicant. I did drive by the site today. I did notice that the house was Tyvek wrapped, and there's a for sale sign outside. So is the applicant somebody who is going to be buying, if this variance is approved, the Coffin's Court portion of the property?
I don't know if I fully know the answer to that. I represent Chris Ward, and by extension, Mike Garapi, who's here, may be able to answer that better than I. But my understanding is he's intending to buy all of it. And I want to, yeah.
Good evening, Mike Garapi for the record. Yes, Mr. Ward is planning to buy the entirety of the property. And I don't know if I can address the board relative to the light and air and space
Well,
question.
I'm just going to ask if there's any other questions for the applicant's attorney before we get to some of the other representatives of the applicant. So is there anyone?
Tim, you should have this plan up there.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Manno?
I'd like to make a motion
Oh,
that we
yeah.
go past 10 o'clock.
We will do that when we get to a new application. Okay. So, is there any other, I have actually asked all my questions. Are there any other questions for Attorney Phoenix before he hands it over to the other members of his team? Okay.
I do have one other thing to say, which was just pointed out to me, Madam Chair, to fully help more fully answer your questions of me. Jillian, on the newest Exhibit A, which is several pages of Alex Ross, I'm looking for the image of the overlay plan. It's plan sheet 6 of 6, and I don't know where it is in your packet. That's it right there. So to expand a little bit about on my answer to your question, Madam Chair, about what we're doing and what's there, this, and I'm specifically primarily looking at right now the Coffin's Court property. The yellow is the barn that's there today. So you can see the relative lot coverage and distance from lot lines that is compared to what we're proposing today. And I think it's clear that is an improvement. On the other end, on Austin Street, the house, it's more of a typical rectangular house that we're building, but you can also see that the existing home is very close to the front and one of the side lot lines. So I hopefully that would help with visualizing what I was trying to explain about the changes that we're making that we think are positive zoning-wise.
Okay. I was thinking about the barn and that part of the lot as part of just a single lot rather than a subdivision. So that was what my question was
And
behind that question.
if I may, and thank you for that, but the issue still exists. Even if it's one lot and that barn is still there, it still has those greater violations of the requirements of the zoning than, at least in my opinion, than we are proposing with this.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
If you would like to invite other people up.
We'll have Alex come up and just finish his little explanation. Is that all right?
Okay. I think I'm just a little bit worried about time. We have eaten up some of the applicant's time with questions, but if you could keep your comments to, or your presentation to about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to go into the structures. I think Tim handed out a memo and some photos there. So the house on Austin Street, there's been major construction that's recently occurred there. So the exterior walls have been removed and replaced with 2x4s. I don't know what the condition was prior to that. Maybe the walls were in such poor shape they needed to be removed. So as far as preserving that structure, there's not a significant amount that is original to the structure. Then for the barn, so, as a structural engineer, we always look at what is the capacity of the floors, the walls, the roof. So this entire structure does not meet any current code loading, which is also expected of a building this age. This is about 1880 vintage, but it's had very little maintenance over the decades. The roof has 10% of the required capacity. Many of the support timbers have been altered and sistered. So there's a small basement space that I crawled through, and you can see in years past a lot of additional shoring has been put in place to help the capacity of the floor that was weakened. So to bring the roof, floors, walls, foundation into the current century with code conformance would take such an effort that it wouldn't be financially feasible. There's a reason this building has remained in the condition it is for so long. The monumental effort required to bring this to code is too much. As far as reusing the structures, I know we talked about that. This is really a barn, and I believe, it was built in 1880, and its original intent and use was always for that, for a plumbing warehouse or something like that. So I don't think it's ever been used as a residence, and this would really be a good candidate for, a horse with a couple bales of hay in the upper floor. The remaining house timbers could be recycled, repurposed for another use. And then finally, as a licensed structural engineer, it's my professional opinion that the structures are in such condition that it would not be financially feasible to bring them into code compliance.
Thank you. Any questions for? Okay. Thank you. All right. So with that, I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the public or online who would like to speak in favor of this application? And is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Excuse me. My name is John Raganese. My backyard is the barn. I have, I think I have enough copies. I wasn't sure if Mike was going to be sitting. I need one for copies.
Okay, thank you.
Is there one available for the Attorney Phoenix?
Yes, could you please? Okay, there'll be one left over, which we'll provide to Attorney Phoenix.
And I can give you mine afterwards as well.
Okay, if you could give that to Attorney Phoenix.
Can we get a copy of the exhibit that was just handed to you?
Yes. Okay,
All set.
Mr. Raganese, you
Yes,
can
thanks.
actually start.
For the record, my name is John Reganese. My wife, Linda Schmidt, and I live at 74 Cabot Street. The following comments, I'm going to get through some of these. I probably won't read the letter in entirety, but I don't really want to do that. But we are common property line abutter to the subject property, and therefore have a direct and substantial interest in the variances requested or put forth before you. The letter I've given you outlines our objection to the variance request, the basis and assumptions behind the request, the supporting justification, and the overall premise that the Zoning Board of Adjustment is somehow responsible for safeguarding an economic return on not only one, but two private sales of this property. To emphasize this, the request before you is from both a seller and a buyer. The current owner, having only recently purchased the property, from a previous seller who refused to accept any sort of contingency offers regarding, can we get permits for this or that. As a result of recent attempts to try to improve the existing dwelling unit, the small building on Austin, with seemingly any city building inspector oversight, the structure has been compromised, as was said. The current interested buyer appears to be willing to purchase the property for a significant sum that may provide some of the necessary relief to the owner who seemingly made a poor investment or choice or whatever they did. But it's contingent upon securing these variances from you, which is a smart thing. We recommended that originally a long time ago. But again, it's not your responsibility nor the objective of your board to ensure that these two parties are made whole with respect to speculative investment decisions. And yet, the request before you is largely seeking relief based on such circumstances, and a single proposal to try to address this dilemma. The memorandum prepared for you by the owner and its applicant, by its legal counsel, mischaracterizes the subject property, minimizes the impact on the Coffins Court community and its affinity and appreciation for the history of the barn, minimizes the potential impact of a new 4-bedroom dwelling in a very congested neighborhood, fails to identify all the necessary variances required, misrepresents some of the physical attributes of the property that are critical to meeting dimensional standards for a residential district. Rather, it attempts to appeal to a broadly stated set of objectives in the Portsmouth Master Plan, rationalizing subdivision plans as a way to fix deficiencies in the neighborhood, espouses on property rights or what people may wish to do with them, but often applies subjective reasoning and determinations that are not substantiated. Just to give an example, I think I heard it 3 times about the density. 5 to 12, I bet there are more than 5 to 12 dwelling units within an acre in that vicinity, just as Chairman Marchison said. There are some extremely tight houses in that area. I don't think any analysis was done. Nothing's been substantiated by that claim. The relief required in their memorandum first speaks to dimensional standards. The proposed Coffins Court dwelling, and that's largely what I'm speaking to because most of us are here regarding the barn and the proposed dwelling unit there. But the proposed dwelling unit will in fact extend substantially into the rear yard requirement of 20 feet. Now, I don't know the ordinance like the attorneys do, and there's this small little section that has 18.75. But in reality, there's only 2 sides to a lot, and there's a front and a rear. And the rear is 10 feet from the proposed building. And maybe legally, and based on some sort of measurement criteria, but when the majority of the rear yard is within 10 feet, it's a rear yard within 10 feet. The proposed dwelling unit is largely
Mr. Reganese, you're at 5 minutes, so I'll ask you.
I know, and I'm trying to figure out what should I do.
Okay. Well, I would suggest sort of put
Try
a
to
pin
summarize
in it.
a few things.
No,
Okay.
put a pin in it. You can let other people speak,
Sure,
and
I
then
could
you
do
can
that.
come back and speak during the
I can do
two
that
events.
as well,
Okay.
if that's your pleasure. I know it's late, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank
Okay, but you can come back.
I will.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Which one? This one. My name is John Mayer. I live at 68 Cabot Street. I'm here with my wife, Deborah. We've lived in our house since 1998. Our house is 70 years older than the barn. And it is awfully interesting listening to some of the comments being made by Attorney Phoenix about an obsolete property, things that aren't up to code. We've every year invested in making our house livable and part of the neighborhood. So, and with all due respect to Mr. Ross, how do you determine financially what is your limit? I mean, if you have a property and you love it, you work on it and you care for it and you make it part of your community. So I'm here to speak against this application. And I have one of the things I learned that was a little surprising, what I understood, and maybe if this is not true, if you approve this variance, permission is given to the applicant to remove the barn and the house. As a land use board, your approval gives authorization for removal of those two properties, two buildings. So that, I think, is upsetting. And the other point I think John Raganese was making, that I know you consider, the hardship that you need to rectify. Well, these are self-created. The woman who's the owner of the house is the one who bought it at the price she bought it at, and she began a renovation project that went off the rails. She's made the house unlivable, and now she's looking for a remedy in the form of, relief and selling the property. The applicant does not have to pursue this property. No one is saying buy this property and, plead the variance. That, to me, just seems like it's a self-created hardship, and I would think that would be something that you would be looking at. And Chair Markison, your questions about, retaining one building and continuing the use of the property. When the current owner bought the property, I believe that was her plan, to have a house on Austin Street and to retain the barn as an auxiliary structure. And that, to me, makes a lot of sense. So here are a few reasons. I've never done this before. I've also learned I'm a lay person. I am just someone who lives in the neighborhood and cares deeply about my neighborhood. I would say granting this variance would be against the public interest in these ways. If it's approved, it would alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And you brought up preservation as a factor. And it's true, this is not in the historic district, but it is included in the 2017 National Register nomination that created what's called the Portsmouth Downtown Historic District. These two structures are contributing structures to that district. By definition, removing them diminishes the integrity of that National Register nomination. It's a factor. I believe approving the variance, by approving the variance for this project, it would have adverse effects on the neighbors. Our house is directly across Coffin's Court from the barn. We see it every day. We've, as I mentioned, devoted our lives to preserving the house, contributing in our neighborhood to the historic qualities, and it would be traumatic to see historic structures removed, replaced with we haven't looked at the design of these structures, but they are out of scale. They have no reference to any of the historic qualities in the neighborhood, and it is shocking. And then one of the worries, and I know this too may not be a factor too, is what kind of precedent does this create for future projects? It's like the north end of Portsmouth. The Port Walk was built, and all of a sudden, that became the standard that people were working for. I think I said it before, that it seems to me that the hardship created with this project is self-created. The owner made the decision to begin renovating the house, and she badly managed the project. The applicant doesn't need to pursue this property if it requires a variance. You could maintain the single house and keep the barn as an auxiliary structure. And then the last thing I have here, I did get a copy of the letter from the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance. And I'm wondering if the board received a copy of that. You did receive a copy of the letter. So the woman who wrote the letter, Jennifer Goodman, is the executive director. She wrote it based on a report that was given by Beverly Thomas, who is her project manager for the barn preservation program throughout the state of New Hampshire. When she visited the property, she was accompanied by Drew Bedard, who is their builder advisor for people throughout the state who are seeking to rebuild barns and find support in doing that. The letter that she submitted is informed by those experts, in spite of what Mr. Ross is saying. The barn is savable. It can be preserved. And so I guess I'll wrap up and just say that I ask the board to consider these factors, and I hope you will vote against the variance. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Would anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application, please come forward. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Laura Stewart, 20 Coffins Court. Good to see you again. I'll still take just 1 minute.
Just so you know, unless you take the handheld microphone with you, it will not record.
Oh.
And also, again, please don't touch the screen.
I'm not going to touch your board, I swear.
There's one thing I want to make clear to everybody. You cannot touch the screen.
I'm not touching it. I'm only going to get like a foot away. I do echo the statements of my neighbors. We are, as we talked about earlier, we're right here. This building, I don't understand why he's saying that the light and air would be improved, because this falling down structure would be doubled in size to match the rest of the existing house, so it would block more light and air. And their driveway would be entering here, where we would need to see your turning radius study, because you're going to need our driveway as much as we're going to need yours, because it's, and I would love to have all of you come by our house, drive down our street, and you can see for yourself how tight it is. So if somebody builds a 4 to 5 bedroom home, you will be, I'm going to demonstrate, you will be this far away. This is the width of the street, probably less. So a 4 to 5 bedroom home there. This is our home here. So that's 4 to 5 cars flying in and out of an incredibly tight street. And how is that going to make the street in the area better? I just would like a little bit more information on that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? We appreciate the roving presentation, I will say that. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? And could you please state your name and your address for the record?
My name is Barbara Ward. I live at 16 Nixon Park in Portsmouth. And tonight I'm a member of the Portsmouth Advocates. And I'm reading a statement that was written by Emma Stratton, who is the director of the Historical Society. And I have some copies of this. Could I bring them forward?
Yes, you can. But again, our ability to digest and analyze things handed out is limited.
I'm going to say everything that's in here.
And could you please provide a copy to Attorney Phoenix? You give him yours? Okay.
I can give you mine when I'm done. Is that all right? Okay. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Portsmouth Advocates, the historic preservation arm of the Portsmouth Historical Society. We are here regarding the requested variance for 238 Austin Street and the proposed demolition of the barn on Coffins Court. Among the stated purposes of Portsmouth zoning ordinance are the preservation and enhancement of the visual environment and the preservation of historic districts, buildings, and structures of historic or architectural interest. Those goals are not limited to the historic district. They apply citywide and reflect Portsmouth's long-standing commitment to stewardship of its historic built environment. And not only stewardship, but I think much of our economic development has been due to the nature of our historic built environment. This late 19th century barn, historically associated actually with 74 Cabot Street, is a contributing resource to the downtown Portsmouth National Historic District. It's not just a registered nomination, it was actually accepted and it does exist. That designation means that both the New Hampshire Division of Historical Resources and the National Park Service determined that it meaningfully contributes to Portsmouth's historic fabric. Urban barns like this are increasingly rare. In the 19th century, they were integral to in-town properties, supporting animals, storage, and transportation. And when animals were transportation, too. They helped tell a fuller and more authentic story of how Portsmouth functioned. Once demolished, that story cannot be reconstructed. Granting this variance to facilitate demolition does not uphold the spirit of the ordinance. The ordinance is not only about compliance, it is about protecting neighborhood character and significant historic resources. Removing a documented contributing structure, particularly when rehabilitation is feasible, appears feasible, based on the aforementioned evaluation by the folks from the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance, undermines that purpose. We understand that the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance has conducted an on-site assessment and believes the barn can be rehabilitated. And you're dealing with people here who have rehabilitated many barns. Based on publicly available interior photographs, we share that conclusion. The structure retains integrity and open volume that lend themselves to adaptive reuse. When a historic resource is structurally capable of rehabilitation, demolition should not be the first option. The applicant's assertion that new construction would improve the visual environment because the existing structure is dated and obsolete, and as a historic preservationist, I really object to calling old buildings obsolete, is troubling in a city whose identity and economic vitality depend upon its historic buildings. Age does not equal obsolescence. In fact, rehabilitation is one of the clearest expressions of the ordinance's preservation purpose. Approving this variance would signal that contributing historic structures may be removed without fully exploring viable alternatives. That is inconsistent with both the spirit of the ordinance and the public interest, and I will say here, editorializing a bit, moving the structure elsewhere, taking it down and removing it, still destroys the character of the neighborhood, and the historic purpose of the structure. The public interest includes protection of shared heritage, neighborhood character, and long-term planning consistency. The loss of this barn would permanently diminish the historic fabric of the district and affect the broader community. Demolition is irreversible. Rehabilitation remains possible. Portsmouth Advocates stands ready to assist the property owner with resources, technical guidance, and connections to make rehabilitation a viable path forward, and we understand the Preservation Alliance has expressed similar willingness. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the Zoning Board of Adjustment to find that the requested variance does not meet the spirit of the ordinance and is contrary to the public interest, and to deny that request. And to add a couple of comments of my own, I feel that in no way does failing to grant the variance take away from the owner's constitutional right to sell the property. It may make it difficult for her to sell to this particular buyer, but as it does not take away from her ability to sell the property. That's her. She has put the property in the condition it's in, and that is her responsibility.
Okay, so Ms. Ward, I'm sorry to say your time is up. Again, I would encourage you, just put a pin in it. You can come back to.
Okay, I don't have very much more to say, so.
I would ask you to just come back at the 2-4 against.
I'm going to tell you, Beth, that I don't really think I need to come back. I think, Madam Chairman, excuse me. I don't really think I need to come back. I think I have said it all, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here who is here to speak in opposition to this application? Could you please, as others, state your name and your address for the record, please?
My name is Keith Smith. I live at 30 Coppins Court. My wife and I have lived at this address for 40-plus years. We chose to live here when we bought the house. We liked the quietness and the charm of the barn. The front of our home sits right across the edge of the court. If you allow such an enormous home to be built directly across the street, there will be no privacy left for us. We will lose whatever privacy we had for all these years. We would be able to look in each other's bedrooms. Not a good feeling for me and my wife. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application? I just want to see if there's any other first-time speakers in opposition. Is there anyone on the, okay. All right, is there anyone who would like to speak to, for, or against this application? And Mr. Raganese, this would be your time to come up and finish your comments, okay? So as well as Attorney Phoenix, I'm sure will have some rebuttal.
Thank you for allowing me to continue. As I said, I have some serious, just realistic questions about what is a side or what is a rear lot. But there's also a feature on Coffin's Court where on the drawings that you have in front of you, they've demarked the 35-foot roof limit for whatever this residential zone C or 3 or whatever it is. But the design drawings, I guess for lack of a better word, show a level grade. Well, it's not a level grade. It's 5 feet lower on the left-hand side of the house, at least 5 feet lower. And I'm not exactly sure if it's the middle of the house or it's an average of the highest and the lowest, whatever you do. But the height requirement is not shown from where grade would be. There's either going to be an exposed cellar of 5 or 6 feet high to the first sill or the first floor, or in theory, maybe they're going to try to fill it. Well, if you fill it, there's 100% slope between the Coffin's Court, which is a 5-foot setback, and filling 5 feet. That's not possible. So just consider that there may be a deficiency in some of the design and variance requests that are before you. But I think what I would like to speak to briefly is some of the, the variance requirements that are listed in the memorandum, particularly under variance requirements number 2, where the intensity of land use, et cetera, the irregular S-shaped lot has long been in existence, and it's not allowing for an efficient use. Well, the reality is that the S-shaped lot hasn't been in existence for a very long time. A portion of that property containing the barn was the rear portion of my lot. And in 1986, the then owners, John Sweetser and the family of the initial sellers to the current owner, submitted an application to do a property line adjustment, which was granted by the planning board, but inherently it made my lot non-conforming. So you took away basically almost 7,000 square feet of my lot and reduced it down to a non-conforming lot of less than 3,500 square feet. And I know while this was 40 years ago, the city is responsible for creating this irregularly shaped lot, is responsible for creating my non-conforming lot, and granting relief on an irregular lot by creating yet another non-conforming lot. It just doesn't seem to be in the spirit and purpose of what the ordinance is about. And I would encourage you that 2 wrongs do not make a right. Under 3 and 4 of the memo, there are regulatory purposes of the zone, regarding regulatory purposes of the zoning ordinance, including vehicle access, circulation, loading, presumably demolition, outdoor lighting, noise, vibration, etc. The tight turning radius, the proposed garage, the parking area, everything outside, the heat pumps going all the time. There is no way that any of these effects are going to be diminished by a new building. It is quiet, it is peaceful, it is non-obtrusive use of the existing structure. And I would even add that I'm not really sure exactly what the criteria was for assessing the barn and its structural, but the barn has been sitting there and has been roofed, so it's not leaking water into it. It is still structurally sound as a barn. It may not be structurally sound to turn it into a residential structure, but it is structurally a sound barn. It's a stud barn. It's not even a post and beam barn. The memorandum subjectively concludes that the preservation and the enhancement of the visual environment will be improved by this new construction in a historic pocket neighborhood, particularly by demolishing what was the Sweetser plumbing barn. Ours was a Sweetser plumber in the house. We have the first flushing toilet in the city. We have Victorian radiators in our house. We've gone through great pains to try to keep our house, even outside the historic district, in preservation. Lastly, I think I just want to make that there is substantial justice, this idea that there's substantial justice being done by granting this variance. Well, that the structure presents too much of a daunting renovation project is just crazy. It can be renovated and served as a barn or a garage or some sort of structure. Granting will create an opportunity for sorely needed single-family homes. Well, that's not your charge, I'm afraid. And quite frankly, there's a lot of ways you could create a single-family dwelling
Mr.
besides
Reganese,
taking
you're
the barn
over
down.
your time, so.
I know.
If you could wind up.
That's
or-
fine. I don't really need to go into why you shouldn't be worrying about the constitutionality of owning and selling property.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to, for, or against the application?
You can have a good argument with Attorney Phoenix about the Constitution.
I was wondering if I could just remind you to ask the people online if they have questions, because I know that Emma Stratton has been online.
She's there, but she's not raising her hand. You wanna tell her to raise her hand?
Yes, Ms. Stratton, if you would like to speak, we would ask you to raise your hand. Oh, she's actually not online. So, Attorney Phoenix, I think that you're next. But anybody who would like to speak to, for, against, again, I'm going to ask people, we do have other applications.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief,
Yeah.
Which is hard for me. So the question that keeps running through my mind is, and I get it, I appreciate the concern over preservation of an old barn. But again, that has to be balanced against people's property rights. As I said, more than once, I think, in our original presentation, we are open to discussions with anybody about who wants that barn. We would be willing to accept donations. We would be willing to sell it to a group of people who want to preserve it. They can buy it and spend all the time they want and all the money they want preserving it. We have a report from Alex Ross and his testimony before you as an expert in the condition of this, and he's told you it's really not savable. And I know there's always discussion about financial issues aren't relevant, but they are relevant. They may not be the only issue, but the financial issues are relevant. That barn, from what I can see, has been deteriorating for years because likely the cost of renovating it and getting some use out of it that makes it worthwhile to do the renovation, unless you only want to do the renovation to have a renovated barn, which takes me back to property owners' rights to own and develop their property, and I question the, if you will, the vagueness of the Preservation Alliance's letter. They talk about preservation, but we don't have any hard facts. We don't have any opinion from an expert. We just have references to people. I'd also point out, because I think it's important in the context, the Preservation Alliance was invited by Mr. Ward and Mr. Garapi to come and look at the barn. So if they was trying to, hide something and, do something, magical to make this all happen, they could have said, no, you can't come. But, they understand. They don't mind people talking about it. But to have people come in and say, you have this property, that this barn is a problem to renovate and use for anything useful other than spending money for it, we don't want to do it. We don't want to pay for it. But we want to continue to look at it, and we want you to take care of it. And I dare say that if that is the decision of this board, it's likely to just sit there as it is, because I can't conceive of someone, unless they want to do it for the sheer joy of preservation, spending the time, effort, and money to do it. So we are here. We've laid all the cards on the table. We didn't just come in and say, give us a subdivision and we'll let you know later what we're going to do. We advised everyone, the neighbors through the application and this board, that, yeah, we want to put up 2 houses. And I think that's important, particularly when you can consider these 2 lots in the context of the whole area. These match the size of other lots in the area, if you will. They're in keeping with it. And it is providing housing, and that's a factor. It may not be your decision-making issue, but we all know that housing is needed. So if you can look at the goal of preserving property, you can look at the goal of creating property to live in by the same token. If the S-shaped lot was created 4 years ago, that's still a long time. That's about, that's less time than I've been practicing law, but that's still 40 years. And an admission was made that the lot right next door doesn't meet the requirement for 3,500 square feet of lot area. But there's people living there, been living there since before 1986, because the barn, as I just heard, the barn and that house were on one lot years ago. So I'm asking this board to set aside, if you will, and I use this advisedly, the rhetoric of people who want to control what someone else does on their property, which is unlikely to happen under the circumstances as I understand them. We think we meet the requirement to create this subdivision. What's going to go there is more compliant with zoning dimensionally than what's there today, and these should be granted. I don't know if there's anything my folks want to add.
Okay, thank you. This is the last call for 2 for and against, so.
I may have I don't know what she's going to say, so.
She can have the last word.
Barbara Ward, 16 Nixon Park, Portsmouth. I was on the city's demolition committee, and I don't know what the status, the question was asked to the board about whether or not granting the variance automatically approves the demolition. I don't know if that is the case, and I don't believe that an answer was offered there. But when in your discussion, if you could address that, that would be useful. But as a member of the demolition committee, we, representing the Portsmouth advocates, I saw what could happen when you, in a case of demolition of something that is, demolition is irreversible. That process gave people time to talk with one another about possibilities. And if that is still possible, I would recommend that this is the sort of situation where the neighbors are saying that they oppose demolition of the property, and this would be, and some of these things, obviously, the applicant has not heard before, particularly not knowing that the barn used to be part of another property. And it seems to me that utilizing that structure where there was time left for people to come together and have a hearing and talk with one another and sit down and really come up with solutions, or at least discuss solutions, that would be useful in this particular situation. I will say that there are people who love barns. There are people who would buy the property for the love of that barn. And they are amazing structures, wonderful spaces, and having overseen, when I was the director at the Moffett Ladd House, having overseen the renovation of that warehouse structure there, I do very much know what's involved. This particular barn has the advantage that it already has a foundation. Ours did not. The conditions shown in that foundation, I challenge you to go into any old house in Portsmouth and not find similar conditions in buildings that are
So, Ms.
just
Ward,
fine.
we're at 5
So-
minutes, so. Okay.
So that's all, that's just an addendum. But if you have any ideas about that demolition approval, if you
Is
could
there
speak
anyone
to
else
that, it'd be
here who
great.
would like to speak to, for, or against?
Hi, my name is Cynthia Smith. I live at 30 Coppins Court. I am opposed to this variance I do understand they want to build 2 buildings on there. I would love to see the barn stay. If it's going to be taken down and something else is going to be built, please don't approve a variance. Let them build smaller homes that actually conform to the lot sizes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this would be the last 2 for or against.
Take no more than 1 minute. This property has been for sale twice over the past couple of years. To the best of our knowledge, no one preservation-wise came forward and said, oh, we see your property's for sale. Let us try to work on finding somebody to buy it and restore it. Didn't happen. We would also be willing to have a stipulation that we would not proceed with any efforts to demolish, and we do have to go through the demolition process for 60 days to allow preservation-minded people to approach us with alternatives that we could consider, which would include selling that whole, if you grant this, selling that whole lot with the barn on it for someone to do what they will with it. That's it.
Okay, so, seeing, and is there, no one is online? Okay. So, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask the board for its thoughts, considerations, a possible motion.
I would like to share some thoughts with the board.
Yes.
It's always gratifying when members of the public are moved to spend their time coming to speak to a organ of the city of Portsmouth to express their opinions and hopes and dreams for their areas. And several things were said that I think would be important to clarify about what is and what is not within the purview of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. One of those is the statement that we are not here, this is a public statement from the comments, that we're not here to facilitate the profit motive of property owners. I agree with that, and at the same time, we're not here to thwart the profit motive of property owners either. The profit motive is really not part of our purview. We don't take that into our consideration one way or the other. Sometimes it cuts in favor of the property owner. Sometimes it doesn't. But it's just simply not within our purview. And as Attorney Phoenix has pointed out, we do live within a capitalist society. I note with interest that many of the people who have expressed a great deal of concern about the barn and admiration for it have not attached a check to any of the letters that came in support of preserving the barn. And perhaps they still have an opportunity to do so when this goes through the demolition process, as Attorney Phoenix pointed it out. Demolition and approving the demolition of structures around town is not within the purview of this board. If, as far as we're concerned, if the property owner were to go home tonight and chop it all down with a chainsaw, that really has nothing to do with us. There are other parts of the city that attend to such matters, but you're not addressing that here. And preserving historic structures outside of the historic district, unfortunately, that's an opinion of mine, the way our zoning ordinance is written, we really don't, within this board, have purview over architectural standards or preservation of structures of interest or interesting trees or lawns or headstones or anything like that. It's simply not what is within our purview to address. I would suggest that people who live in neighborhoods like this that do have valuable character to preserve, that really can't be done the way our zoning ordinance is written now, participate in the master planning process that's going on now, make your opinions known, try to get some provisions in the zoning ordinance that would empower that kind of oversight to a certain extent, maybe not the same extent as within the historic district, but something that would accommodate those kinds of sentiments and objectives. Right now, in my opinion, it is not there, and is not within our purview. So, although I'm sympathetic with some of the concerns that were raised, most of it is really outside of the purview of what this board can do. So, whether I don't know how, I don't know whether the board's going to approve or not approve the variance, but I hope that you will understand, because you've taken the time to come here and expressed your opinions, whatever the ruling is, there are constraints as to what we can and cannot rightly and legally consider and make our judgments on. So thank you very much. I hope those comments will prove to be helpful to you.
Any comments, folks? Oh, Vice Chair Mattson?
Yeah, I'll just make some comments. I guess to continue on Tom's point, I guess another way of putting it is, so even if we deny this variance, the applicant can still demolish the barn. We can't stop them, as far as I'm aware, unless there's something additional regarding the Preservation Society. But from a zoning perspective, if we deny this variance, that doesn't stop the applicant, or it might stop this applicant if they're under contract and selling or whatever. But I guess my point is whether or not we, or even if we deny this variance, the barn can still be demolished. And again, we have a demolition committee now, which I think was a improvement and a result of citizen effort. But again, it just buys time. A property owner not in the historic district has the right to remove a structure from their property. So I guess our decision is essentially going to be made somewhat independent of that. And I guess another thought is that obviously they're coming before us because there's variances needed, but what is being proposed is closer to conforming, or at least more typical of what's in that neighborhood than what is currently there in terms of the setbacks and the size and the height of the building. Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts or ideas, Mr. Ram?
Thank you. Yeah, and just a little bit more on the historic aspect of it. Right, so the city has put in place a demolition ordinance. That's what we're referring to. It establishes a demolition committee. That is the process. I think it's a 30-day process, not a 60-day process, but that's pretty much the only process, and it is, not really even supported by state law, right? So the state ultimately has to enable communities to be able to do preservation outside of historic districts. To this point in time, the state has not acted in that manner. So the demolition ordinance is pretty much the best tool that the city was able to come up with to address circumstances like this, should they in fact occur. There's some talk about the National Historic District. I'm in the National Historic District. It's very broad. There are plenty of homes in my neighborhood that have been demolished that I would consider historic. I'm particularly sad about one I-house. Was a one-room deep, two-story tall home. Not a lot of those left in Portsmouth. Got destroyed to put up a much bigger structure as part of a brand new structure as part of a condominium development, right? That kind of thing happens outside of the historic district. That's the nature of the tools. That said, this property owner, regardless of the nature of the barn, I understand there's a sentimental attachment to it. I think it's cool. But that said, there is a dollar value associated with this property as well that ultimately, is what truly determines if something could be potentially preserved or not. And as has been indicated, and as the Mr. Raganese noted, this barn was part of his property. He had pulled up the 1920 Sanborn fire maps, and it clearly shows that it was on that property. That strip going across went to the end of the Austin Street property, but that was all one. And as he indicated, the owner of his property at some point in time made money off of selling the barn to another property owner. Made some money doing that, but in doing so, lost some of the rights to be able to control the destiny of that. If this board were to allow and create a second lot for this, there is a possibility that someone could come along and buy that lot as such with a preservationist bent and, put some money forward and be able to preserve it. Second part is there was an issue about how are you possibly building into the rear property line? So again, that's kind of a very quirky aspect to our zoning ordinance. The issue is the line that you think is a rear property line is actually a side property line, the way that our ordinance is written. I think the ordinance needs to be changed personally. I think it's something that the planning board, planning staff working with the planning board, and then ultimately city council needs to kind of take a look at. We've had a lot of arguments about what's a rear property line, what's a side property line, what's a front property line in the past couple of months. But in this particular case, the only thing that is a rear property line on this property on the Coffins Court side, and really for the Austin Street as well, is the new dividing line that the applicant is creating between the two properties. So that's the only thing that has a 20-foot setback. Everything else, by the definitions in our ordinance, is, amazingly enough, a side property line, which the applicant is cleverly taken advantage of to say, hey, really, the setback requirement there for a main structure is 10 feet. They are asking for some relief, but is for much less significant structures on the property. In this case, a bulkhead, maybe a step on one property, and then a bulkhead on the property on the Austin Street side. So that's really the relief in terms of setbacks. And again, setbacks is kind of the things that we look at in terms of light and air, and it's really the distance away from the abutting property lines. And as the applicant has pointed out, the main structure that they are proposing is within that envelope that they are allowed to build in on both properties, with, again, the small exceptions of a bulkhead and potentially a set of stairs. So that's really what they have, and as the applicant has pointed out, that is smaller than the structures that currently exist and or farther away from the property lines. They will be fully compliant where the structures on both Austin Street and on the Coffins Court side currently are not. So, privacy, I know there's been some talk about, hey, I'm going to lose my privacy. Again, no one's guaranteed if you don't own the property. I mean, there's always potential that the barn could have been renovated as a living unit. Certainly, we've seen that in many structures around the city, or as a new, smaller house. Regardless, there's nothing that's there is always the potential for any generic property, at any rate, that you could potentially have a new house built. That said, I think there are some concerns with the Coffins Court side property. This really comes down to the applicant just doesn't have quite enough, could do two things. They don't have enough total property area between that whole L-shaped property to create two dwelling units, right? They fall just short. That's why they're saying, hey, we're going to create one lot that's fully compliant from a dwelling unit, lot area per dwelling unit standpoint, and a lot area requirement standpoint, and another one that is going to be slightly below that, somewhat below that. And then they can either divide it up as two properties or condoize it and ask for permission from this board, if they got that first variance, for permission to create two separate buildings, basically putting one dwelling unit in a separate building. That's also something that's not allowed in the GRC district. They are allowed to have a two-family home in the district, but again, with the odd shape of this property, it's probably not realistic to be able to go and do that. I do think that there are some concerns that are probably, again, outside of this board's purview, but I don't think that this proposal that they have will be a slam dunk in front of the planning board and technical advisory committee. As I indicated, and as one of the closest abutters across the street has indicated, Coffins Court is incredibly narrow. So the ability to turn in and out of the proposed driveway and the proposed garage, because in my opinion, they're required to have two parking spots. I know the staff report said one. I think it's two. They basically have to meet that. That's something that's going to need to be closely looked at by the technical advisory committee and planning board, should it get that far. The other aspect is this Coffins Court in general is kind of a nightmare for the fire department. Fire department is part of the technical advisory committee. Are they comfortable with adding yet another relatively tall structure? Admittedly, one's going down, but adding in a new tall structure that to an area that's probably already very difficult for them to adequately access from a fire safety standpoint. So those are a couple of the things that I think, and there'll be another opportunity for public comment should it get to the technical advisory committee. There'll be another opportunity for public comment there and at planning board on those types of issues. So really it comes down to, in my opinion, the setback requirements they're not asking for a lot of relief there. It's two relatively minor structures. They are taking advantage of a quirk in our zoning, but that's congratulations to them. There's a quirk. It gives them an opportunity here. So it really comes down to the lot area per dwelling unit and lot area of that second lot. Is that something that the board feels comfortable meets the criteria. I think the frontage on Austin Street, there's been a home there for many, 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 many years. To somehow say because it's not a full length of frontage on Austin Street, is that a reason why that should not be allowed to be considered continue to be considered a buildable lot? I don't think so. To me, the big question is do they get the relief for the substandard size of the second lot they're creating, and or alternatively could look at it that they don't meet the requirement for 2 dwelling units on this one lot should it have been condoized.
Any other thoughts? All right, so I'm going.
Just make some quick comments.
No, I'm going to go first, actually, because I
no
haven't
comments.
spoken
Okay,
yet.
yes,
Yeah,
okay,
so
yes.
I am not going to support this application. I think it has a spirit and intent problem, and that has been talked about extensively today. With all due respect to Mr. Rossi, the reality is the general purpose and intent is the preservation of historic districts and buildings and structures of historic or architectural interest. And I think that we have a spirit and intent issue, but I think that that is kind of bringing this board's view away from what is really fundamentally failing about this application. There is no hardship. The applicant does not need zoning relief in order to redevelop this lot, assuming that the structures that were on it were taken down. I think also the thing that most bothers me is the creation of the substandard lot on the Coffins Court part of this application. I think that 3,500 is, I think, our lowest lot area that we have, because this is the GRC. And, you can make the argument, yeah, it's close enough. But given the density of this area, given the narrowness of Coffins Court, given that issue with the abutter, and, I rode down this property today. I think that given that we have to deal with these things on a case-by-case basis, I think that spirit and intent of actually having a lower lot, a smaller lot, first of all, taking a conforming lot and making it somewhat non-conforming is really fatal to this application. So, I just wanted to get my thoughts out there. I will not be supporting this. I just, as I said, I think it really fails completely on hardship. So.
Yeah, I just have 2 quick comments.
I don't know if Mr. Sullivan has anything. Did you? Okay, all right.
Okay. So yeah, I guess one thought I had is, my understanding is I believe even if they left the existing structures and converted those to homes, they would need variances for that because they're within the side yard setbacks and you're modifying a non-conforming structure. So it's more of a question of if there's going to be any homes on this property that people can live in, which variances do we grant or not grant, and then it's a non-buildable lot. And then secondly, Coffins Court is super narrow. I visited the property within the past week, but the reality is all the homes that currently exist on Coffins Court get in and out of there with their cars, and some of their homes are even closer than 5 feet to Coffins Court. I haven't seen anyone doing it, but it must happen. And so those are my 2 additional thoughts.
Okay. So, Mr. Rossi?
Just a comment on the substandard size of the Coffin Court lot. Yes, it's Coffin's Court. Much earlier in discussion, about 4 years ago, it seems at this point, but when we were early in this discussion this evening, I asked the question of why the dividing line was drawn where it was. And the answer was that it could have been drawn a little bit farther towards Austin Street. That would then make the Austin Street lot substandard size, non-conforming size, but it would eliminate the need for relief on the rear property line setback for the bulkhead. So I would submit that the fact that the Coffins Court lot is below the minimum conforming lot size would be easily remedied by the applicant simply by moving the property line closer to Austin Street. There's no way this board would then rule that Austin Street can no longer support a home on it because it's there, and it's, you know, no change in the lot really, other than where somebody puts up a fence in the back. So I think that's a rather arbitrary view of this particular application, and therefore I see myself supporting it.
So I think that we've probably had enough discussion, so I would probably await a motion from the board at this point. Mr. Ram?
Madam Chair, to get things started, I will move to approve the requested variances as presented and advertised.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't know who won that.
Okay. Mr. Ram, your motion?
Yeah, so, and again, we are just one step in the process. There are more steps after this that still apply before, you know, a home is built on either property. But that said, and I agree kind of with, I mean, the chair certainly said something that is a true statement. Currently, with a single family home and an accessory structure, that because there's not two dwelling units there, that the property is fully conforming as it stands right now. And we had a similar case over in the off of South Street just a couple months ago, where we had kind of the same debate, right? It was currently a fully conforming property, and they wanted to divide it into two, you know, now non-conforming properties, and we did say no. I think that the thing that I distinguish here from that particular instance was that was a very rectangular property. It had the potential to be rebuilt with a two-family unit because of the rectangular nature of the property. I think what's unique here is this sort of L-shaped property that is present that sort of creates kind of a sense that, you know, this really could have been two separate properties. In fact, back prior to 1986, it was two separate properties that were there, and it was sort of created as this sort of L shape that occurred over time, which does sort of dictate that there's kind of a natural parting point somewhere in that sort of connector between the two. I'm fine with where the property line is as proposed. One of the two lots, regardless, is going to need to be smaller than is allowed per the ordinance and allowed ordinance per dwelling unit, right? Lot area per dwelling unit. So I think that where that line ends up is somewhat arbitrary in my mind. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. But I do think that the fundamental point is I do think that's a unique hardship associated with this property. It makes it kind of unique from that other set of circumstances that we ran into. Also, again, historic preservation. I mean, I love the work of the Portsmouth Advocates. I'm very much try and be a preservationist myself, but at the same point in time, we have a legal obligation to uphold the rights of property owners as well. And there's a balance there between those two things. I understand the chair's, you know, argument, and you've made this before, that on the second paragraph of our ordinance, of our zoning ordinance, there's item number 6, which talks about preservation of historic districts and building and structures. And I know you kind of take that as a license. This board has more power to be able to kind of look at that as a characteristic. In my mind, I think we're pretty limited unless we can really demonstrate that the characteristics of the neighborhood are such that it would be completely out of character in the neighborhood to allow, you know, the demolition of that structure and having it being replaced by a home. And when I look at it and what's being proposed, it looks essentially the same as many of the other properties along Coffin's Court. And Cobb's Court, as has been pointed out, is kind of unique. May or may not be the narrowest street that the city has, but it is in the top 5, I would say. And so, but at the same point in time, to say that somehow the applicant putting a residence there in that spot that kind of looks like all the other residences on the street is somehow out of character with the neighborhood. So that really touches upon the first of our criteria, or really the first 2 of our criteria, which are granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, and granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. We kind of look at that as what are the general characteristics of the neighborhood? Does it violate them in a significant way? again, people come to the zoning board because they are asking for some level of relief from the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance is very broad in its application, and we recognize that individual properties may have characteristics that lend themselves to being able to say, yes, you can do something that is not in strict compliance with the zoning ordinance. In this case, I do think that, again, the general characteristics of the neighborhood, I agree it's going to be very tight. It's going to be better than what's there now. And I'm not saying it's a slam dunk for this house either, because again, I still think there's some pretty significant concerns. Probably not something this board is taking a look at, but that the follow-on technical advisory committee process, planning board process, could very well have some very significant concerns about that could ultimately change exactly what would or would not get developed in that location. Or, as we've indicated, perhaps if the lot gets split up, somebody can come in and buy the barn part as from a preservationist standpoint and do something to continue to have that as a characteristic of the neighborhood, right? So with that, I think that what's being proposed meets those two criteria. Grant the variance would do substantial justice. And again, this is kind of our balancing test, and it's sort of the broad objectives of what the zoning ordinance is trying to accomplish versus the impact to the specific applicant here. I think it's tight, but I do think that the applicant kind of wins out in that they do have this odd-shaped property. They, at some point in time, bought the barn, and it was attached to their property, kind of creating this odd set of circumstances. The neighboring property chose to make money and sell the barn to the other property. And now they are trying to take advantage of sort of the odd-shaped property to get full capability out of it. I do think that gives them the slight advantage in that balancing test. Granting the variance would not diminish the values of surrounding properties. Again, this is kind of a broad, and again, it's across the zone. Would the property values be, completely negatively affected? Again, the barn has unique historic interest. It does hark back to a time. I remember when the salad factory was on Union Street, and that old building, which then got replaced by some housing units that I think do fit in fairly well overall with the neighborhood. There's some other examples of industrial uses. My neighborhood especially has a lot of industrial uses that are being converted into residential. It's just the nature of where this, areas around the downtown of Portsmouth. That's how Portsmouth is transforming itself, right? So would a new residential use there somehow completely negatively impact property values? I don't see where it would. I think it's consistent with other things that are currently existing in that area. And then lastly, what is unique about this property? And again, the hardship is, how is this property unique relative to all the other properties in the zone and what we're trying to accomplish with the zoning ordinance? And again, I do think that it's got sort of this, it's fronting on two streets. We've said that before in general as something that is a kind of a unique characteristic, not just on one street. And it's sort of got this L connector that really, it once was two separate, it belonged to two separate parcels. And I went back and took a look even back to like 1876 map of Portsmouth that has property lines in that neighborhood. And a lot has changed in that 150-year period to the property lines. To say that it shouldn't change one more time, I think doesn't make sense. I think it is somewhat below the requirements, but of the zoning ordinance, but not egregiously so that it does not make sense to say that the hardship criteria is met, and it's proposing to put in a residential use that's consistent with the other residential uses in the immediate neighborhood. So with that, I recommend approval.
Anything from the second?
In addition to agreeing with Mr. Rayom, I want to add one more thing. And it's fundamental. It's a very fundamental thing to, like, why zoning boards exist in New Hampshire, why this one exists. And it's because writing a zoning ordinance to regulate everything that happens on any property, anywhere in a city, is difficult work. Planning staff works hard at it. Planning board works hard at it. City council works hard at it. But still, what an impossible job. Regulate everything that happens on every property everywhere in the city. Particularly difficult in this city, being here for 400 years. And for the first 325 of them, people built whatever they wanted, wherever they wanted, divided the land any way they wanted, basically just did whatever they felt like. And then for the last 75 years, the city has come along and been trying to impose these regulations over all that. You could see, from what I just said even, that there are always going to be circumstances where some relief has to be afforded to what the city says you have to do to all the property owners. Generally speaking, those situations where the relief has to be afforded, they tend to come out on the parcels that are unique, have something special about them, something different about them. With this particular property, an old property that was, developed initially during that first 325 years lack of regulation in the city, this property is especially unique. The shape of the lot it's probably the only one in the city with that shape. That barn, the very barn which provides the reason why people on Coffin Court understandably think that, the property shouldn't be changed. That very barn is the reason why, one of the reasons why the property is unique and has to get some kind of relief. They needed that barn 100 years ago to keep the horses in, but nobody's keeping horses in them anymore. And something more modern really has to go there. And so for all these reasons, I think support the motion and the statements made by Mr. Rio.
Thank you. So, any discussion on the motion? So like I said, I am not going to be supporting this, and I appreciate Mr. Sullivan's comments, but yet this property is very unique, but it does not need zoning relief in order to be redeveloped, and that's why I'm voting against it. So it's been so long since I've actually asked for a vote, I forget which side I asked for last time. So I think I'll start with, okay, so the motion is to approve the variances as presented and advertised, and I'll start with Mr. Mantle.
No.
Mr. Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Rayum.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
And the chair votes no. It is approved by 4-2. Okay, it is now, thank you very much, everybody, for coming out, and even more so for the people who have been waiting here to hear their applications. So we are well past the 10 o'clock hour. We have 3 items of new business remaining. I will need a motion to go past the 10 o'clock hour, and also, I don't know who here is left actually for the last 3 applications, but I'll need a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
Could I also, I'll make the motion, could I also ask that we take like a 3-minute break before we hear the next?
Okay, I think, okay, just
Or 2 minutes,
2 to 3 minute break.
Yes.
But
And
we will need to
motion.
get the motion to actually go past.
Madam Chair, I move that we suspend the rule, the 10 o'clock rule, and that we also provide a 3-minute hard and fast break for the board members.
Okay, alrighty.
Because
All
Mr.
in favor?
Lucas needs it.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Lucas, you now need to leave, we're all getting off the board. We are back from our second break and reconvene the February 18th Board of Adjustment meeting. We are actually on to new business at long last. And the next application is A, the request of Ahmad and Whitney Hussein owners for property located at 9 Willard Avenue, whereas relief is needed to demolish the existing detached garage and shed and construct a new 2-story addition with attached garage, which requires the following relief. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow a 7.5-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required, and B, 26.5% building coverage where 25% is the maximum. Said property is located on Assessor Map 149, Lot 24, and lies within the General Residence A District. Who is here to speak to this application?
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Alex Hussein, property owner at 9 Willard Ave.
Hi, how are you? Thank
I'm well.
you for
How are
your
you?
patience. Please go ahead and present your application.
Awesome. First, thank you all for having me here. I know it's been a long night. I am the residential owner of 9 Willard Ave. My name is Alex Hussein, and I can walk you through the context of the proposed project. Try to be as brief and as quick as possible, and happy to answer any questions you guys have. As you'll see there, we currently have an existing detached structure and garage that sits extremely deep into the property. So just about a year ago, we've been in the house for about 3 years. We have 3 young children. We've been in the neighborhood for about 8 years now. But last year, we were playing outside with the kids in the yard, and as you can see, there's not really much yard space in the back. So the kids are constantly playing in the driveway. And that's really what prompted this idea of the project that you have before you. And ball rolled out into the street. There was a netting. My son was able to hop over the netting and get close to the street, creating a safety issue. So that detached structure there has a lot of mold in it. There's some rotting. We don't use it at all outside of dumping the kids' stuff in there. So that's where we're looking to seek approval on 2 variances, knocking down that structure and pushing it forward into a 2-car garage. There's currently 4.9 feet away from the property line on that, technically I believe is the rear side, whereas the proposed we're looking for 7.8. The existing structure also has a 27.1% lot coverage, whereas the proposed is 26.5, needing that additional 1.5% variance. In terms of the 5 questions meeting the criteria, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. Our proposed design is trying to improve the conditions, both from a lot coverage standpoint and distance off the property line. If we were to renovate that existing property, we'd need to seek variance anyway because it's already over the setback. And don't believe there would be any negative effect to the public. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed. So again, our proposed design is going to maintain character of the neighborhood, recent developments, and improvements in the neighborhood. Again, it's just trying to improve the lot coverage and the rear setback. Substantial adjustments will be done. I don't believe there will be anything in this project that will benefit me, negatively affect the public or vice versa. The values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. Watching many of the house renovations and projects that have gone up over the last 5 to 7 years while we've been living in the neighborhood, I think this proposal will maintain the character of the neighborhood and the house and shouldn't negatively affect the property value. If anything, it should improve it. And then lastly, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in any unnecessary hardship. So given where and how the existing property sits and the uniqueness of this being a corner lot, so it's a 9 Willard Ave address, but the driveway is actually entered to from Wybird Street, don't really see another way to achieve the outcome outside of needing a variance regardless of whatever option we would to move forward with. There is space on this lot to move it forward and have a bigger backyard to make it more efficient and a safe space for the kids to play and be contained. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Ram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at your sheet A5 of your plans, it's on page 229 of our packet. The north elevation proposed, so off to the left-hand side of that is basically your new garage, and I guess it's a bonus room up above it is what
That's
you're
correct.
planning. So I just want, obviously, the garage, you're not putting any windows in, positive there, and then those 4 windows are relatively, they look like they're relatively high up in the room. I mean, they're kind of designed so they're more for letting in some light into that space, but not so much seeing out of it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep, much smaller.
Okay, because that is the facade that is now closest to your neighbor's property line. So I think it's important that, you've chosen to try and, show some sensitivity towards that fact.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
May I ask a question?
Mr. Sullivan?
So the term unnecessary hardship, it doesn't mean what it sounds like it means in the common sense of the term. It's really a term of art, and the understanding of the term begins with the idea that it has to be based upon special conditions of your property. Could you tell us what special conditions your property create this unnecessary hardship that you require relief from the ordinance?
Yeah, I think it being a corner lot, the driveway enters from the back of the property, and where there's an existing garage already, there's really nowhere else to address that on either side of the property, outside of just moving it forward or keeping it in the same spot.
Anything else, Mr. Sullivan?
That's it for me.
Look a little unconvinced. Vice Chair Mattson?
I was wondering, so yeah, it seems like you have quite a bit of vegetation around the perimeter of your house with evergreens and whatnot. Those are those owned and maintained by you or the neighbors?
They're technically on my property.
Okay, and they provide a fair amount of privacy between you and your neighbors, or?
A decent amount, yeah.
Okay.
That's it?
Yeah. Well, I've been wondering about. I don't know. Sorry. It's a. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the board members for the applicant? Okay. Thank you. I will now open this up to the public for a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Let me know if there's people online too, okay? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application? And anyone who would like to speak to, for, or against? All right, seeing no one rise, I'll close the public hearing. And I barely banged it.
But you did bang it.
Mr. Rossi.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application as presented and advertised.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, your motion, Mr. Rossi?
Yeah, I need to borrow Bob's cheat sheet again. Hold on. Okay, granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest and would observe the spirit of the ordinance. We take those two together. The spirit of the ordinance with regard to setbacks is really generally pertains to light and space and air movement between properties. The current condition of the property is that there is a structure which is to be demolished, which is more encroaching on the rear yard setback than the proposed new structure. So this is actually an improvement over current conditions that directly reflects on achieving the purpose of the ordinance in a positive way. Granting the ordinance would do substantial justice. There is no loss to the public by granting this ordinance. It's not creating any unsightly streetscapes or anything along those lines, and so denying the variance would be unfair. It would create a hardship for the applicant that is not outweighed by a hardship to the public by granting it. Granting the variance would not diminish the values of the surrounding properties. Again, this is less encroaching on the rear lot line. It's actually, if you look at the design, even though architectural standards are not really in our purview, it's a very pleasant design. It looks like something that will add to the general streetscape and the appearance of the neighborhood and will no doubt have a positive impact. on the values of the surrounding properties, and literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. And to Mr. Sullivan's question about what is it that there is that is unique about this property, I would submit that it's the orientation of the house and the structure relative to the orientation of the rear lot line. The lot itself is somewhat of a, is it a parallelogram? It's not even a parallelogram. It's an irregularly shaped lot where certainly the front lot line and the rear lot line do not run in a parallel direction, and the house itself is not oriented on the same axis as the rear line. And so the part of the house, the new structure that intrudes on the rear yard setback is really a point. It's not the entire broad side of the structure. And for those reasons, those are special conditions that really make the application of this setback standard somewhat inappropriate in this case, and that to me is the hardship argument mitigated against the literal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance. And I would say that if we cannot accommodate the needs of a family, I'm not sure what we're here for in terms of making the zoning ordinance work for the community. So that's my motion.
Anything for your second, Mr. Ram?
Yeah, just going to the hardship criteria, because I do think it's probably the most significant. In this case, I mean, this is a pretty substantial addition. If it was just a one-story garage, I would say the fact that they're moving it away from the property line would kind of be a very helpful thing in being able to demonstrate that there's something unique about the property, which was that the garage is very close. I do kind of agree the garage location doesn't make a lot of sense. Why do you have this super long driveway? So moving it up, but really the applicant is adding a second floor, but I do think that the second floor is respectful in the sense that it has minimum of any kind of glass approaching on that side. It's really just to let in a minimal amount of light. And I think the other benefit that this property gets from a neighboring property is that oftentimes in this neighborhood, you kind of see this pattern of home to one side, driveway, home to one side, driveway. In this particular case, the neighboring property that would be most affected actually has the driveway on the same side. So it's sort of like driveway, which I do think reduces some of the light and air impacts that we're concerned about, both from a privacy standpoint, one of the concerns you sort of have from a light and air standpoint, and then just in general, it's not going to be like right up against a neighbor's property. It's in general more respectful. And then in terms of the overall, 26% coverage, it's actually less than what there is currently. So again, it's not only a setback issue, it's a coverage issue, but it's less than what is currently there. And, it is very close to the 25% that's the maximum allowed. It's 1.5% over, and it is better than what was there before. So, and in general, just the whole structure, I mean, I don't think the applicant is adding less structure, not adding more structure. So I think that works in the applicant's favor from a hardship standpoint.
Okay. So the motion is to approve as presented and advertised. Any discussion on the motion? Please, no. Okay. All right. So I will start with Mr. Lucas.
Yes.
Mr. Mantle.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Ram.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
No.
And the chair votes no. You are approved 5-2. Okay, so the next item of business is new business B, the request of Phoebe Hart LLC owner and Blush LLC applicant for property located at 404 The Hill, Units 8-3. Whereas relief is needed for a personal service business which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.440, use number 7.20, to allow personal service business where it is not allowed. Said property is located on Assessor Map 118, Lot 26-8, and lies within the Character District 4-L1. Who is here to speak to this application? Could you please identify yourself and state your name state your address for the record?
My name is Ashley Stearns. I'm the owner of Blush LLC. Good evening. I'm the owner of Blush, which has operated in Portsmouth for approximately 9 years. In March 2025, this board approved our expanded use of the first floor at 408 The Hill, directly next door, as an appointment-only personal service business. We have operated under those conditions in compliance since that approval. This application is for the relocation of that existing appointment-only business into 404 The Hill, a fully commercial office building. The purpose of this move is to consolidate operations into one location rather than operating across multiple suites at 408, which improves operational efficiency and client experience while maintaining the same overall business model. Currently, we operate with up to 4 treatment rooms at one time. The proposed location would allow up to 5 treatment rooms, which is a modest increase of 1 practitioner at a time. The business will remain strictly appointment only. Hours of operation will remain 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. by appointment only. We do not accept walk-ins. Retail sales are limited to skincare, cosmetics, and small wellness gift items that are incidental and ancillary to services. Parking conditions will remain as they are today. Clients currently park on Deer Street, High Street, or in nearby public garages, and that practice will continue. Because services are appointment only and scheduled throughout the day, arrivals and departures are staggered rather than occurring all at once. The proposed work consists of minor interior modifications only. This includes construction of 1 non-structural interior wall to create a laundry room, installation of washer and dryer hookups, installation of plumbing for treatment room sinks, and cosmetic improvements such as interior paint and carpet replacement. No exterior changes are proposed with the exception of painting the front door. I have provided a written narrative addressing the 5 variance criteria in detail. In summary, this request continues an established appointment-only local business in a nearby location, maintains the commercial character of the neighborhood, does not introduce walk-in traffic or extended hours, will not diminish surrounding property values, and allows reasonable use of a fully commercial building while keeping the overall impact modest and consistent with the existing approved operation. In addition to the relocation request, I'm also requesting approval for 3 signs consistent with the building's professional character, 1 being a small plaque sign located by the main door, 1 hanging sign intended for wayfinding, and then 1 wall-mounted sign on the rear facade of the building for wayfinding as well, visible from Deer Street. The proposed signage is modest in scale, professionally designed and intended for simple identification of the business. No internally illuminated signage is proposed. The sign will not be oversized or visually intrusive and will remain consistent with surrounding commercial properties. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, so just so you know, the sign, you're not applying for a sign variance, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and we'd ask you to address the variance, the actual variance criteria. You described the property.
Yeah.
And the business, if you could address the variance criteria.
Sure.
Sort of like the technical elements in skating.
I tried to do it a little bit quicker for you guys, but we'll go along. Okay, the variance analysis. 1, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The proposed use is a low-impact appointment-only wellness spa that already operates successfully in the neighboring building. The request adds only 1 treatment room overall and does not materially increase traffic, noise, or activity beyond existing conditions. The phased transition over to that building ensures continuity and avoids sudden changes to site activity. Granting the variance will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare and will allow a compatible professional service to operate responsibly within an existing commercial building. 2, the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The intent of the zoning ordinance is to promote compatible land use while preserving the character of Portsmouth's neighborhoods. The proposed use aligns with this intent by maintaining a professional service-oriented commercial use, preserving the existing structure with no exterior modifications related to the variance, supporting adaptive reuse consistent with surrounding properties. The phased approach respects the existing pattern of development on the hill and allows for a smooth transition without disruption. 3, substantial justice will be done. Granting the variance allows reasonable and productive use of the property while supporting a locally established business seeking long-term stability. Denial would provide a modest and compatible use despite the suitability of the building and the minimal impact of the proposed operations. Approval achieves fairness by allowing the property to be used in a manner consistent with its context without harm to the public or surrounding properties. 4, the values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. The proposed use will not diminish surrounding property values. The applicant's intent to own or occupy the building and invest in its long-term care is expected to enhance stability and maintenance. The quiet appointment-based nature of this business ensures compatibility with the neighboring commercial and residential uses and contributes positively to the character of the area. 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. Strict enforcement of the zoning ordinance would prevent the applicant from using the property for a reasonable and appropriate purpose that is consistent with its location, layout, and surrounding uses. The hardship is not self-created. The applicant is seeking to formalize and bring into compliance a compatible use through the proper approval process, rather than operate without authorization. Within the variance, the property cannot be reasonably utilized for the intended low-impact commercial purpose. I suppose
It get dark here. Are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Sullivan?
Would you please compare your property or the subject property to other properties on the hill? Like, how is it the same as the other ones? How is it different than the other ones?
I don't know too much about every property on the hill, to be honest with you. I really only am familiar with 408 and 404. 404, where I'm operating now, is commercial on the first floor, and there's 2 residential apartments. This one would be strictly commercial, so we wouldn't have any tenants in and out and that type of thing. Does that answer your question?
Is there anything different between your property and the others in, like, the layout, the design, any physical features?
I don't think so. I mean, I haven't seen the inside of most of them, nor am I super familiar with the layouts inside of them, but this one seems to have a nice flow. It's an office building already, operating with private offices. So there's little waiting areas, which is already suited. And yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Ram?
Thank you. So when you were here last year, or the business was here last year, I know the board did grant permission to continue operating in the neighboring building, 408 The Hill. But I'm trying to recall, do you know, was that contingent upon your business being a appointment-only business?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. And would you continue to be willing, if we made a stipulation that this be an appointment-only allowed use, that would be acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board members? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone, tell me if anyone's on Zoom. There's still people on Zoom. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application? That's just us? Yeah. Is there anyone who would like to speak to, for, or against? Seeing no one rise, I'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask for a Mr. Rossi. Would you like to do something?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application as presented and advertised.
Okay, and is there a second?
I would second if the maker of the motion would agree to a stipulation that the use be limited to an appointment only.
Absolutely.
I will second then.
Okay.
The history of this application is relevant to the current, the history of the interaction with this board is relevant to the current application. When this business came before us, there was a rather extensive interrogative, particularly from Mr. Rayum and the applicant, with regard to the exact nature of the business and the services offered and whether or not they fit into the neighborhood and so on and so forth. And the applicant satisfied us at the time that this was an appropriate operation, even though it was not something that was anticipated and allowed in the ordinance. It's the same operation. It's just moving next door. It is slightly expanding, but not to a marked degree. And so I believe that for all the reasons that it met the criteria last time, it still does. So let me go through them. Not being contrary to the public interest and conforming with the spirit of the ordinance. Let me focus on the public interest. There's no public interest in preventing this business from operating in the neighborhood. It's already operating in the neighborhood. There won't really be any impact on the neighborhood by moving it down 1 or 2 doors from where it currently operates. So that criterion is satisfied. Substantial justice will be done. There is no loss to the public to be gained by denying this application, particularly since this is a business that is currently in operation in almost the exact same location. And so denying this application would really not serve any purpose that benefits the public, and therefore the balance goes in favor of the applicant. The values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. I find it inconceivable that continuing to operate the same business that has been successfully operated within probably 10 yards of where this is located would suddenly diminish the values of the surrounding properties. And so that criterion is also met. And finally, number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. And I understand the spirit of the questions that Mr. Sullivan was asking, because normally this is based on some unique aspect of the property that differentiates it from the surrounding properties, but there's also a consideration of whether or not the strict application of the ordinance achieves any particular purpose of the ordinance, and in this case it does not on this property. So I believe this criterion is also satisfied on that basis.
Okay, anything from the second?
Yeah, just to further on that, I mean, this is kind of a little unusual situation, and I understand where Attorney Sullivan was coming from. Normally we pick an aspect of the property, and I do think just in general, the hill, as a component of the CD4L1, which there are a number of different areas of the CD4L1, I do think the hill itself overall, maybe this particular building doesn't differentiate from the other nearby buildings, but it is sort of a pocket that's right in, surrounded largely by CD5. There is some generic parking in the area. You know, it is supported, and I think the biggest thing for me was that it is an appointment-only business, right? So you're not going to have like a lot of people who are going to be demanding nearby parking, which really doesn't exist. There's parking in general. There's a parking garage not very far away, etc. When you have your appointment, you're going to come in. So that's why I think the stipulation is very, very important, and it kind of puts it in the same category as other permitted uses that you see both in the Hill District itself, which are professional office, business office, financial services office. All of those are kind of appointment-based businesses. Or, you know, very limited walk-in hours kind of situation. So I think that sort of trusts what the applicant is looking to try and do into those categories which are allowed in that district. And again, the Hill as a whole, I think, is a unique property amongst all the properties in the CD4L1 in terms of that.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned a stipulation, Mr. Ram.
Mr. Rome has a stipulation on this approval, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
that's what the stipulation is that the business be by appointment only.
By appointment only.
Okay.
Correct. Since we approve applications by what's presented in the application, the stipulation is moot because she states it's an appointment-only service 4 times.
So again, and fully agree with the presented and advertised, however, and it is a little bit belts and suspenders. However, I think last time we had, maybe this is starting to bring back memories of this exact same argument, but it is belt and suspenders, but at the same point in time, years from now, or if the applicant is trying to increase the size of the business, something, it's just another reminder that this was an essential characteristic of the approval that was made by this board decades from now, rather than, you know, in the next, you know, year or so. So that's why I feel it's important, and I asked for it, and the maker of the motion was willing to include that stipulation.
Go ahead.
All right, so the motion is to approve with the stipulation that the business remain appointment only. Mr. Sullivan, your vote?
I'll make sure I've got this clear. The stipulation is in, and we're voting
Yes.
on.
Yes.
In that case, then, even though I went looking for it, I couldn't find a hardship, and I have to vote no.
All right, Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Ram?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mattson?
Yes.
Mr. Mannel?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Sorry,
I'm so sorry.
I'm a yes.
And I put no down for myself again. Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes. You are approved. 6-1.
You like the middle child?
I had actually misvoted on the application before this. Okay, our final application of the night. You are the grand prize winners. So the application is New Business C, the request of Nathaniel J. LaGrosse, owner for property located at 140 Summer Street, whereas relief is needed to demolish the existing one-story detached garage and construct a new two-story attached garage, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow A, 4-foot right side yard where 10 feet is required, B, a 4-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required, and C, 39% building coverage where 35% is allowed. Said property is located on Assessor Map 137, Lot 2, and lies within the General Residence C District. Who's here to speak to this application?
My name is Nathaniel LeGros, property owner at 140 Summer Street.
Okay, thank you. Could you please proceed?
Yes. Now that it's just us, I want to thank you guys for your time and consideration on all of the variance requests preceding and now finally this one at 140 Summer Street. I also want to thank my abutters, Father Gary at the Immaculate Conception Church, John Leith, the director at the Farrell's Funeral Home, Sue on Summer Street, and all of my neighbors that have expressed enthusiastic support for my project down Chatham Street. The project that I have in mind is demolishing the existing garage, which is already in need of repair. The new two-story garage would be similar in width, extend toward the street in order to accommodate a full-size truck, stairs on the lower level, the upper. Essentially, the new building will sit in the existing location, a little bit longer, closer to the street, and then it would connect to the house that's pre-existing. The zoning, the dimensional, section 10.521 dimensional relief requests. For setbacks, the proposed garage would be located primarily within the footprint of the existing garage, which already lies within the required 20-foot rear setback and extends into the 10-foot side setback. As a corner lot with existing non-conforming conditions shared by neighboring properties, maintaining the location of accessory structures within these setbacks preserves the established development pattern of the area. Reorienting the garage to strictly comply with the setbacks would disrupt the historic layout and visual cohesion of the corner, resulting in a structure that would be more visually prominent and inconsistent with adjacent properties. Additionally, dimensional relief is being requested for building coverage. The existing building coverage on the lot is approximately 34.3%. The proposed project would increase coverage to approximately 39%, exceeding the 35% maximum by 4%. The increase in coverage results from connecting the garage to the house and elongating the footprint to accommodate the interior stair and modern vehicle dimensions. These changes improve safety, usability, and accessibility while consolidating functions that currently occur outdoors. And importantly, the project preserves on-site parking and avoids increased reliance on street parking. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The intersection of Chatham and Summer Street is a highly trafficked area used by neighborhood residents, local businesses, and visitors by institutions, including Farrell's Funeral Home, Corpus Christi Parish, and Redemption Hill Church. Providing adequate indoor workshop space allows project work to occur within enclosed structures rather than in the driveway, reducing noise and visual impacts on the surrounding area. Maintaining the existing non-conforming orientation of the structures preserves the familiar appearance of this prominent corner and avoids introducing new disruptions to the streetscape. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The intent of the GRC district setback requirements is to provide light, air, privacy, and usable yard space. Due to the unique orientation of 140 Summer Street, perpendicular to neighboring homes and located on a corner lot, strict adherence to the literal setback lines does not achieve these goals in a meaningful way. Utilizing the already constrained rear and side setbacks allows the property to function in a manner consistent with neighboring homes while preserving usable space, open space elsewhere on the lot that more effectively serves the ordinance's intent. Substantial justice will be done. 140 Summer Street occupies, again, a visually prominent position at the top of Chatham Street, adjacent to the Immaculate Conception Church and its landscaped grounds. It is the first residence encountered when traveling up Summer Street and down Chatham Street. Granting the requested variance allows the property to be improved in a way that enhances its appearance, reduces outdoor disturbance during sensitive events such as funerals and weddings, and creates a cohesive courtyard-like garden space that complements the surrounding architecture and landscape. Property values will not be diminished. The proposed garage replacement will introduce a well-designed, architecturally compatible structure that improves the function and appearance of the property. These improvements are expected to support and potentially enhance surrounding property values by reinforcing the quality and character of this corner location. Finally, unnecessary hardship. Pursuant to section 10.233.32, the property is subject to special conditions that distinguish it from others in the area. As a corner lot with perpendicular orientation to neighboring lots, 140 Summer Street is already non-conforming with respect to rear and side setbacks. As a result, the functional rear, side, and front yards do not align with how those spaces are typically intended to be used. Strict enforcement of the ordinance would require the garage to be placed in a location that is visually awkward, eliminates existing on-site parking, and increases reliance on street parking in an already busy area. The requested variance is therefore necessary to enable a reasonable and functional use of the property consistent with its surroundings. I also wanted to thank, finally, Chris Kuiper. He's helped me with the building design of and supplied these drawings of the project. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Rio?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, looking at your proposed concept sort of painting view, it's on page 0.5. I'm not sure who comes up with page 0.5, but that's after page 0.4, so I guess it makes sense, right before page 1.1. It's page 259 of our packet. So just taking a look at that, I'm trying to understand you have like currently a major or a pretty significant sort of mini wraparound deck over that one-story addition to the back of the house. Is that correct?
The wraparound deck on the back of the house
Yes.
is pre-existing?
Yes.
We're talking, yes.
Yes, I concur.
Thank you.
So that's there. Does that have any kind of connection whatsoever with the small deck that you're trying to create with your connector?
It does not.
Okay. So, and then I'm trying to understand, again, your current structure is a one-story structure, very short one-story structure, like it looks like the roof line is barely over the door height. I'm trying to understand, I know you talked about being placed to avoid visual awkwardness and whatnot, and that you do have in that sort of connector, you have like a little half bath in there, like a toilet sink combination. I'm trying to understand why is it that the garage couldn't be sort of pushed up closer against the house, and so that I think getting rid of the connector would possibly negate your need for the overall lot coverage relief that you're seeking. I don't have the exact numbers because I don't have exact dimensions for that connector, but and then positioning the garage. I know it's currently on the edge, but it's also very short. Now you want a full two-story garage. I mean, with dormers, that's a pretty tall structure. Positioning that up against the house or much closer to the house Why is that something that would be a negative in your opinion?
Indeed. So one of the things that I would like to preserve about the house is, or in the neighborhood, so where the garage sits right now is where it historically has sat. And keeping a building at that end of the property is something that is, I guess it's, I don't want to use the term nostalgic necessarily, but that's what people are used to seeing. And that corner is again, a highly trafficked corner. People are, I didn't intend to change the property in a way that would be excuse me. I didn't want to change the property too much. And so I thought, I preferred first keeping the house, that garage where it was, because it mirrored the layout of the property already. With regard to keeping the extension and having that space between the main house and the garage, I enjoy the courtyard aspect of it. I think it's consistent and cohesive with the courtyards that follow down Chatham Street. And then I think finally I would add to putting the garage, I don't think I have anything to add to that. Does that answer your question, maybe?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I guess my other, again, you're saying, yeah, it's where the footprint where the current garage is at. It's now going to be a 2-story garage, which is more imposing, and you're only 4 feet from the edge of your property line. And, we had the earlier applicant that I said, hey, it's got a lot of empty room. You're really butted right up against the funeral home. And excellent for you. You've gotten all your neighbors, or pretty much all your neighbors, to write letters of support. That is always beneficial, but at the same point in time, we're kind of looking at this more generically, that you're now placing a 2-story structure very close to another tall structure. I guess my final question for you is the length. I don't have the current length of your garage. What is that? And if your new garage is longer, what is the reason why you need a longer garage? I know it's 12 feet wide, right? So it's basically a standard 1-car width, but
yes.
But the length of it is, long, 22 feet typically is a good length garage.
Yes. So 22 feet, I believe. I'm going to look for the measurements to give you while I'm speaking, if you don't mind. Thank you. So the proposed garage is 29 feet. Yep. The original garage, as you just said, was 22 feet. The additional length is to facilitate the staircase in the back to get to the top floor, as well as the car. And then I also wanted to elaborate on the additional space at the top has to do with it's intended to be workshop space for woodworking. I'm not sure that I made it clear that that's kind of the whole goal for adding the space for making it a 2-story, is to give me the space to do the woodworking in the garage as well as park a car in the garage, instead of doing the woodworking outside in the driveway.
Okay, and the staircase is, though, a typical width of like 3 feet, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for questions.
Any other questions? Mr. Rossi?
I guess I suppose it occurred to you that if you did do, as Mr. Rayum was not necessarily suggesting, but questioning, with moving the addition and having it abut right up against the existing house without the breezeway, and perhaps moving it forward a foot or two, you would not need any of the setback variances. Is that not correct?
That is, if I were to move, I wouldn't need the rear yard setback. I would still need the side yard setbacks. And the issue that I had with moving the garage closer to the house was first, that's creating more, so it's creating the rear yard. It's making that an open space between the funeral home and my own. And that's currently used as a walkway to get to the funeral home, to the church, and between State and Chatham Street. It eliminates any privacy that I could have, that I do have, the way that the garage is currently situated.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Any other questions for the applicant? So I will say, I had a little bit of concerns about this when I first saw it, because it is a fairly substantial addition. And then you have that little structure in between. I just want to clarify exactly, who is at 137-5? That's not the funeral home.
Yeah, it is.
That's, so
Barrel.
there's,
Is 137-5
because there's.
behind
there's-
the garage? Is it the
Yes,
smaller lot?
yes.
So John Leith owns that. It is a separate parcel, if that's the right term, but it belongs to the John Leith who owns the funeral home, and they use it as a parking space for the funeral home.
Okay, but that isn't the funeral home. That's what I was getting confused with.
No, that's
That is the
that's
funeral home.
that's a parking area.
Okay,
That where your mouse is the funeral home. That whole lot from State to Chatham. And if you'll put your mouse over the garage in question, mine, just north of it is a small lot that belongs to John Leith,
Okay.
who owns the funeral home and is used.
Yeah, sorry, it just was a little confusing to me. So I thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thanks. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll open up to the public. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Are you really the public, or are you like working with him? So, anyway, go ahead.
I'm Chris Kuiper, building designer with Nathan. And I just wanted to say that Nathan loves this neighborhood and is very sensitive to, obviously, the neighbors. And I think the character of how it fit in drove a lot of decisions, even when I had better ideas. So the end result really was kind of us working through what are all the ways that we can get you a wood shop, and a garage on this property, and preserve the parking, and preserve what we see as the character of the neighborhood, like the courtyard vibe, and kind of how the street opens up there with the church and the funeral home. So when we looked at all the other options, which, could you pull up the site plan again? The first most logical option was just to do a completely conforming addition garage. Essentially, if, as you see it there where the driveway is, kind of in that zone that looks like patio and driveway with the front steps, right in the setback there, he could do a pretty substantial addition that would be completely conforming, and building coverage we'd have to look at. And when we kind of mocked that up and mass modeled it and looked at different ways that could be, and then just kind of stood back and looked at the neighborhood, it felt like it was doing a disservice to that street. So as we kind of worked through options, we literally landed on this as the most sensible approach to meet his current and future needs. Plus, I don't think Nathan really pointed out too much, but the outdoor woodworking is like power tools, and part of this was to get that inside for his neighbors and for the church and the funeral home. So this design seems, as things often do in hindsight, it can seem sort of like not super thoughtful, but it actually was the end result of looking at all the other options that could get him to the same functionality. That's basically all I want to say. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone would like to speak to, for, or against? And there's no one on Zoom. I'll close the public hearing. I'll ask for a motion from the board. Anything from this side? You guys have been kind of quiet tonight.
I'll give you some discussion.
If it leads to a motion.
Might lead to somebody making a motion.
Okay, Mr. Ram, go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, I appreciate the design that the applicant has come up with here. It is quite attractive. You know, fundamentally, if the applicant had a bigger lot and more room in the back to put it on, I'd say it would be great. My concern here is just that this is going to be a two-story structure right up against a property line, 4 feet from it, where there's a neighboring structure that also is essentially right up against a property line. I understand the privacy aspect that the applicant wants, and maybe having a little courtyard sort of shielded from the delight of having a funeral home next door to you, and I can appreciate all those things, but at the same point in time, our concern is being respectful towards the boundaries of the property. In some cases, there are some things that say, yeah, this is a good idea and it kind of works, but I'd say that many of the unique characteristics or the characteristics of this property are working against it. And I know he's talking about Chatham Street and the look on Chatham Street. I mean, Chatham Street really is, by and large, just a through street. I should really say it's through properties from State Street that come over, and there's a series of garages. I would agree there's garages on Chatham Street. There's a series of them, but they're really associated with a State Street property, right? And they're kind of out back there. There really isn't, and even the funeral home kind of has their large garage out in the back part as well. I'm just struggling with a two-story structure that close to the property line, entirely within the required rear setback. So that's my initial thought.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts, ideas?
My comments are that I walk this street every day, and I believe this fits really well with the character and preserves his privacy. And that's just my opinion. I'll be supporting if there's a measure to go forward, because I do think it fits, and I do watch him work in his driveway every day on woodworking, and I think it's also a challenging lot because he's very exposed in all directions. So.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Just.
So, I think Mr. Rossi may be ready to do a motion, so I would rather,
No, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought. Because if I made a motion, it would be to deny, and I'm not sure that's where the sentiment of the board is. I just don't see the property having a hardship that requires building this way outside of the footprint of the buildable area, and so encroaching. That would be my motion if I were to make it.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Mr. Sullivan?
I'm with Mr. Riom and to a large part with Mr. Rossi.
Okay, all right. Well, perhaps we could get a motion then.
Well, at the risk of being left dangling, I will make a motion to deny the application as presented and advertised.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, well, first of all, just a comment to the applicant. I think what you're trying to accomplish on your property is very good, and I hope that you will find a way to accomplish it. You have a lot of interesting things going on, and I don't play violins, but I sure wish I knew how to, because I'm sure you build some great ones. The reason for my motion to deny is that there is nothing, it's really about hardship. Hardship generally being taken as there's something special about this property that means that it can't be used within the strict confines of the ordinance, or that requiring one to use it within the strict confines of the ordinance does not really achieve the purposes of the ordinance. And in this case, I don't see anything like that as part of the application or part of the property. It is quite possible to avoid encroaching on the rear and side setbacks by adjoining a fairly large garage, as big as, perhaps even bigger than the one that's proposed here, right next to the existing structure without the breezeway, and achieve the practical purposes of what's intended to do here by the homeowner. So I do think that for those reasons, this application fails on the hardship criterion.
Anything for your second, Mr. Sullivan?
Nothing further than what's already been said.
Okay, so is there any discussion on the motion, some thoughts from the Vice Chair Mattson?
Yeah, I'll just make some comments. Yeah, I mean, I really like this design, even though unfortunately that's not what we're, criteria is voting on. I mean, there seems to be some, there's unique conditions of this property, both in terms of its neighbors with the church and the funeral home. Its location on this property kind of forces it to one side. It's a corner lot, so it is a little bit unusual that the frontage, you can have a 5-foot setback on the two sides of the street, but you need the 20 feet on the side near the funeral home. So, I mean, I don't know, I really do want to support this project, but I do also see that it can be a stretch to apply the hardship, even though it could probably be found.
No, I'm sorry, the public hearing is over. Okay, any other discussions, Mr. Ram?
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion. I mean, I do think some relief on the side yard, because of the fact of the positioning of the existing home, would give an argument for saying that there's, a need for encroachment into the side yard. And it's a little less impactful in the sense that there is some more open space relative to lot 137-3, and then there's 137-4, which is like a 15-foot wide lot that is owned by the funeral home, that I'm not sure why it's a separate lot. But again, that's sort of like some empty space that would make the impact of light and air less impactful for that. I'm just really struggling with going really all the way to the far end and being that intrusive into the rear setback requirement with a 2-story structure, when the existing structure is 1 story.
Any other discussions? I really did struggle with this. I think I would probably vote against the motion because I think wherever the applicant puts the garage on the property, we're gonna have problems with the setbacks. I think that this, if it's closer to the house, we're still gonna be in a side yard setback problem. We're going to be, and at that point, you probably would be near more open space, but you would also be near another garage. I think there are some reasons why this can be where it is because it is near the garage or the parking space for the funeral home. I do have some problems with the fact that it is a pretty substantial structure. This lot is very irregularly shaped. It is a corner lot. And it is bigger than the lot that is needed for general residency, so it probably could accommodate this garage, but, those are my thoughts, but I think unless there's any other discussion on the motion, I'll call the question. Okay, so the motion is to deny as presented and advertised, and I again forget who I started off with the last time. I will start with Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Mantle?
No.
Mr. Vice Chair Mattson?
No.
Mr. Ram?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Chair votes no. Sorry, it's
That makes
close.
me the undisputed champion of denied motions for the evening.
So,
I'll make a motion.
No, you can't yet. She hasn't voted yet.
I did.
Oh, you did?
I did, yes. Okay, so the motion to deny fails by a vote of 3-4, so I would entertain an affirmative.
There you go. My
motion.
apologies.
No, you're right, I should have waited. I'll make a motion to approve the variance request as advertised and presented. If I got a second. Thank you. All right, so going through the 5 criteria, I'll take the first 2 together. The variance is not contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. And here, the purpose of the ordinance, the proposed use must not conflict with the purpose of the ordinance and must not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And I think there's been a very good argument made that this fits in with the character of the neighborhood, despite its other unique features in the neighborhood. and the purpose of the ordinance here is this, you know, it's a addition, and our concern with the setbacks are with light, air, and privacy, and in this situation, I'm sorry, that's the wrong part. So just
Focus.
Yes. Okay. It does not conflict with the purpose of the ordinance because what is being proposed here. I guess yes. Okay.
It's late,
Yeah,
understandably.
The proposed use must not conflict with the purpose of the ordinance, and it's a single-family home with a small addition, or the residential home that it is, it will still be the same and unaltered. It's just a proposed addition to, with a single-car garage, which is also modest, and a workshop. So the proposed use is not conflict with the ordinance. And again, it's been well established that it fits in with the character and has been tastefully done or, as proposed. The third criteria is that substantial justice is done, and here the benefit to the applicant should not be outweighed by harm to the general public or to other individuals. This is a situation where the applicant has pointed out the many benefits to them, and part of our concerns, we're balancing whether that benefit outweighs any potential harm to the public. And in this case, being within the setbacks, this property with its surrounding neighbors and location does not harm the benefit to the applicant is not outweighed by any potential harm to the public. And then number 4 is that the values of surrounding properties are not diminished. Again, we haven't heard any testimony to suggest otherwise. The neighbors are in support of this tastefully designed project. And so there's no reason to think that the values would be diminished. And then finally, number 5, literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. Because of the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from the area, there's no fair and substantial relationship between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of the provision to that property. And in this case, it's a combination of factors that are going on. It's the property itself is irregularly shaped, and it's a corner lot, and there's an existing house on it outside of the typical building envelope. And those factors combine to make the proposed addition, even though it's in the side yard and rear yard setbacks, it still works and makes sense. And also the fact that this property is surrounded, there's the funeral home in the rear and the church across the Chatham Street, and then also even the other abutting home, the rear of the garage up against where this proposed garage would be. It's not imposing on someone's light, air, and privacy the way it could be in a different situation. So the ordinance doesn't really apply given all these special conditions to allow this to be fairly and reasonably used. This variance is necessary. And again, the proposed use is a reasonable one, as it's just a continuation of being residentially used as it is, just with a one-car garage, replacing an old one-car garage with the workshop above.
Thank you. Anything from the second?
No, he's covered it all. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to approve as presented and advertised, and I'll start with Mr. Sullivan.
No.
Mr. Rossi.
No.
Mr. Rayam.
No.
Didn't have to say that with so much gusto. Vice Chair Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Mantle.
Yes.
Mr. Lucas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Again, the tiebreaker. You are approved.
Mr. Mantle had
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Before we
Chair.
adjourn, I just want to tell the board that in March, we are tentatively planning a work session for March 31st. Our regular scheduled meeting is on St. Patrick's Day. Perhaps an outing afterwards would be okay. But, so just to keep that on everybody's radar. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Motion
moved.
to stay past 2 o'clock?
Okay, everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I had to make one motion that got support tonight.